Hey guys, welcome to the stream. I will post a link in a minute for all of you that want to come up. But I want to give a moment of silence for the lives that we lost in 9/11. I remember 9/11 like it was just yesterday. I had just graduated high school in June. I was 18 going on 19, and I was starting my first ever job. And I remember my dad had the radio on. And on the radio, hi Hoops Group, on the radio, they talked about a plane that had crashed into the Twin Towers. You know, me being young, dumb, and naive, I was like, this has got to be a joke. And then I got to my old job, and they had announced a second plane on the TV had crashed, and then a third. I was just like, wow. That is forever embedded in my memory. Forever embedded in my memory. I just can't fathom how much lives were lost that day. By far the worst tragedy that's ever happened to us in the United States. But honestly, every time I think about it, it just makes me sad. My dad told me that he had a friend that was supposed to go on the airplane that day. And his friend decided, I guess, not to go on the airplane that day. It was going to be her and her son. They were going to go to Pennsylvania that day. And something stopped them from going to Pennsylvania. Wait, actually, no. Let me correct myself. They ended up on another plane. They didn't go on the plane that ended up with the people dying. They went on another plane to Pennsylvania. Very lucky. It's crazy. It's crazy to think about it, because had they taken the original plane that they were going to take to go to Pennsylvania, they would have been dead by now. But since they took a different plane, they're still here. They avoided death. Hi, Paulina. Would you like to share your story about 9/11? I mean, where were you that day?
So I was at home. I around this time, I think I just I just turned 19 when it happened.
We graduated the same year, me and you.
Yeah, and so I just turned 19 the week before, and graduated from high school, and I really wasn't doing anything at that around that time because my grandmother gave me the option, like, hey, you can take the year off if you want to. You don't have to work or anything. Hey, AZ.
Hey.
And so I was like, okay, because I really want to take a year off because I worked my ass off at school. That I was like, I just want to take a year off before I figure out what to do. Even though it only took about 6 months, and then that January went to college. But around this time, I was falling into this habit of staying up till 3 in the morning, just listening to music, and then waking up like at 11 in the morning or 12 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
But I think this day I just woke up. Uh, for some reason, I woke up like around 9:30, maybe 10, and all of a sudden, my grandma was like, Look what's happening! Look what's happening! We're on an attack!" And I was watching the whole thing on TV, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
I didn't
And then,
believe it.
before you know, we saw the camera. And then we saw the second plane hit the other tower. I was like, "Holy shit!" And then it was just like, I think it was a thing where we were so glued onto the TV all throughout
Yep.
the day that I think we even forgot to, like, I don't know, brush our teeth or even have breakfast that morning. It was just like, we're just too invested of what was going on.
Yeah,
And
I saw it.
plus we were thinking about my cousin and my aunt because they worked for United. Um they were flight attendants, and
Hmm.
so it was like we didn't know, were they there? Were they on those flights? Were they uh it's like, where were they, and because they traveled a lot. They loved traveling, especially to
Yeah.
New York and places like that. So we were like, so it took a while for any of them to contact us to let them know, like, hey, one was in California, one was in Hawaii. All flights were grounded.
Yeah.
No flights were going to go out. I don't think any flights went out throughout for that entire week. I think.
I think for a while we were under, intense not lockdown. Um, what's the word?
It felt like, what went down with the pandemic. It felt like, no flights were going out. Commerce
Yeah.
really slowed down a lot because, for one thing, they took out the Twin Towers. That's where Wall Street was at,
Yeah.
and so it was like, it crumbled our economy for a good week, 2 weeks. Nothing was being traded, no stocks or anything. So
Yeah.
um, it was basically like, the world stood still.
I mean, I got a crazy story I mentioned in the stream. My dad's friend was supposed to go on a flight to Pennsylvania that day, the flight that actually got, crashed.
Hmm.
And what happened by a faith of luck, she ended up on a different flight. And she's still alive. She was supposed to, her and her son were supposed to go on that exact flight that got crashed. So she got very lucky. And you heard the story about Seth MacFarlane. He was supposed to go on a flight that
Yeah,
ended up crashed.
he was supposed to return to LA to continue filming Family Guy.
Yeah.
But I think the story was like he probably was partying the night before,
Yeah.
and he woke up late, so he missed his flight, and he was supposed to get like another flight. But then his flight was one of the ones that
Yeah.
got in, and everybody assumed that he was on the flight, so everybody thought that he was dead.
Yeah.
But then he's like, "No, I'm." A few hours later, he's like, "No, I'm still alive. I missed my flight. Thank God for uh, heavy drinking the night before."
Yeah. I
um,
mean, my coworker at the time, she had the TV on, and we saw it all unfold. She's a Bush supporter. Yeah,
mhm.
that's besides the point.
Yeah.
It's just, it boggles my mind. 23 years later, it still eats at you 23 years later because you're like, wow. And I'm glad that none of my relatives were on that plane, but I'm sure Tim knows some people that around September 11th because he lived in New York City for many years.
Hmm.
He lives in New York City. I'm sure he had friends who know about that. And you know what's kind of funny is not funny. It's not a funny situation, but I heard about it on the radio. We had the radio on that day. And my dad's like, "Oh, someone just went and a plane went into the Twin Towers. And I told my dad, that's a joke. You're joking with me, right? And then when I went to my workplace and I saw the second plane go into the Twin Towers, I was like, holy shit, this is real. This is not a joke. And then the third plane, I was like, oh my God, is there going to be a fourth? Is there going to be a fifth? That was running through my mind. You know, are we going to have a fourth attack, a fifth attack? And I remember that year very vividly because my cousin was born in February the 22nd of 2001. He was not old enough to remember the tragedy that unfolded. He was about maybe 6 or 7 or 8 months. But I just remember sitting there and crying, kind of, because those people could have been one of my siblings, could have been one of my mother or my dad or a relative of mine. And to find out that one of the youngest victims was 3. And she was going to go to Disneyland, I heard, or Disney World. Or she just got back from Disney World. Yeah. Did you see a documentary about the lady who faked 9/11 injuries?
Nuh-uh.
There's a documentary about a lady who said that she had gotten... Yeah, but we're not going to go into that. You can look it up, guys. Yeah.
I really wouldn't want to watch that.
No, I didn't. I didn't watch it either. It was on Netflix.
Yeah.
But we really united together after that. I felt like we all united. I would love to go to New York and see that memorial one day.
I did.
Yeah?
It was beautiful.
What year did you go?
2016.
Wow.
I saw it when I was visiting New York at the time.
Yeah.
And it was a beautiful thing to see, you know.
Yeah. They were just doing a thing today. They were doing a thing today on CBS News or ABC News, talking about all the victims. And people were sharing stories. Yeah. I mean, I've seen some. Even okay. I'm gonna mention him, even though he is kind of an asshole. I'll mention him. Pete Davidson lost his dad in 9/11. And Pete Davidson, you know, tries to make a lighthearted situation out of it. But you know, how can you make a lighthearted situation out of losing a family member?
It's a way that people deal with grief.
I guess it's a coping mechanism, right?
Yeah.
He makes a joke about it.
Sometimes the situation just gets so serious that to the point they just can't help but to try to add humor, just to deal with, you know, the seriousness running it. I'm like the same. I'm the same way too. It's like sometimes if a thing gets too serious, that I just can't help but to add in some humor, just for the sake of, you know, so that I do not entirely break down of what's going on.
Yeah,
I think the same thing with him. It's like, you know, he lost his dad. You know, he probably misses him so much that he just can't help but, you know, to do a joke just so that he could prevent himself from, you know, really breaking down and crying. You know.
No, I know, I get it. Like I say, my uncle is building IKEA furniture for people in heaven. Because that's what he would be doing. Building David Bowie. Some badass furniture in heaven. Yeah. You know, when I just think about it, I was so happy. I graduated high school that year. 2001. I graduated high school because my birthday is in November, so I had to graduate with the class of 2001. But technically, I'm supposed to graduate with the class of 2000.
Same here.
Yeah, but because of my birthday. Um,
Well, what happened with me was that, um, because I think I started, I didn't do preschool. I just did kindergarten. So I
yeah,
started kindergarten in September 1987.
yeah,
And then what happened was, like, I did kindergarten, then I did the first grade. And then I was supposed to do the second grade, but then my dad was like, "No, I want you to repeat the first grade." I was like, "Well, why? I did great in school." I was like, "Why do I have to redo this?" He's like, "Because I want you to be smarter.
oh,
I want you to be smarter for that. When you actually go into the second grade, you'll be ahead um, of everybody else that's in that class." And I resented him by doing that. But then again,
well,
I was happy I graduated 2001.
no,
I think it was like one of those things where, as time went on, I it was a thing where I was like, okay, everything happens for a reason. And I think that if had I graduated in the year 2000, maybe there would have been things that would have been different in my history. I
yeah,
don't know if either for the better or for the worse. But I think how, as things fell into place throughout that time, I was like, yeah, I was happy to have done that one extra year. You
well,
know,
I had no choice because of my birthday. They accidentally enrolled me in kindergarten too early, and I had to do kindergarten again.
really,
Because my birthday, if your birthday falls between a certain month, you're supposed to graduate the next year's class. So I think that's like a cutoff date. Because my birthday's the 22nd of November, and I think the cutoff date's like November
yeah.
4th.
Hey,
Yeah.
Dan,
Hey, Dan.
I was gonna say, like, I can see people having to redo first grade, second grade, third grade, but for someone to redo elementary, like, that's kind of rare to
Yeah.
hear. I I was thinking, like, when you said that, I was like, what?
Yeah,
Did
they
you
held me back. They held me back for kindergarten.
misspell your
No, no,
name?
no,
It
no, no,
was
no,
like,
no, no, no. It's because of my birthday. It's so
yeah,
stupid. But but my cousin teaches kindergarten,
yeah,
and she's been teaching kindergarten for a few years now, or maybe even more than that. And she likes it. But I mean, does she want to teach a harder class? Probably.
yeah.
I don't think it's hard to teach kindergarten, but
Mhm.
wait, I'm probably wrong because you got these kids that are a little bit crazy and they're 5. Imagine having to round up 25-year-olds. Yeah, that is probably hard. In her case, 30.
She could be like a George Feeney,
Ah,
where
I love George Feeney.
she will, like, teach one grade one year, to another grade another year, to another grade another year, and then, okay, I'll go to middle school and teach. And she has, like, the same students. She'll have, like, her own Corey, Topanga,
Yeah,
um,
evening,
Sean.
Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched Boy Meets World a little bit, and I watched Girl Meets World. It was good. I watched the entire season.
Speaking of Girl Meets World, my girl Sabrina Carpenter, she won Song of the Year.
For let me guess, please, please, please.
No, for
Espresso.
Espresso.
Uh, Taylor Swift won, I think too.
Yeah, she did. She won with Post Malone on that one song they did.
Fortnite, da 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 da. Yeah, I was thinking. I was thinking about today, and I was like, should I do a stream? And I saw that Grant was live, and I was like, okay, I'll do a stream. I want to honor the people of 9/11. I don't want to just do a regular stream and not, honor the people who passed. That'd be insensitive of me.
Mhm.
I had to find a different banner because the banner that you originally suggested was too blurry. So I had to find a bigger banner, and I think this one worked. I just found it on Google. because I'm not very skilled with making banners, and I didn't want to make a banner, so I just put 9/11 wallpaper. Yeah. Now that Fortnite song's gonna be stuck in my head. The one from Taylor Swift and Post Malone. Post Malone has an album out. It's country. It's not bad. Yeah. If Tim comes in, he comes in. I don't think a lot of people want to come in because of the subject matter, but you know, it's 9/11. You guys can share your stories too in the Peanut Gallery. Where were you? How old were you? You know, did you have any kids? Maybe that's a little invasive to ask. Because, well, I'm just asking because maybe your kids remember what happened that day.
Or you could tell us what is your favorite thing to eat with a dog or a cat.
First off, I want to put out this PSA. Asians here in America, we don't eat cat and dog. Because, you know, in the past, people have said that about us. We don't.
Yeah.
Yes, in China, they kind of do that. I don't speak for China, okay? I may be a little bit Chinese, but I don't condone it. So, guys, if you ever want to take a trip, might I suggest a trip to a lovely place? You probably already guessed what I'm going to say, Paulina. Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah. You could visit the Simpsons.
Yeah. You can visit the Simpsons. You can visit the animal shelters and tell them don't eat their dogs.
Yeah.
A stupid, stupid comment from him.
Then after that, you could go to Bo's and have a drink with Barney.
Wait.
And then before you leave, just go to Quickie Mart, visit Apu, and, you know, but stay away from the mansion of Mr. Burns, who released the hounds on you.
Here's what you can do in Springfield, Ohio.
Yeah.
You can go to the Frank Lloyd building, Hartman Rock Garden, Buck Creek State Park, Heart of Ohio Antique Center, Little Miami Scenic Trail. You can go to another state park, Snyder Park. Oh, there's an art museum there. Clark Roger Park. Yeah, there's a lot of parks. Yep, that's basically pretty much all of the United States. So basically,
and if you guys don't know too, in Ohio, even though we don't give a shit about them anymore, but you can go see it. There's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, people.
Yeah, but there are some good things in Ohio.
Yeah,
the Black Keys.
Yeah.
The Black Keys, great music.
The Raspberries are from Ohio.
Yep.
And
21 Pilots is from Ohio.
I was going to say that. Your guys' favorite band, 21 Pilots.
It's Cleveland. They're from... Yeah. They're from Cleveland, Ohio.
That's why they put out that...
Really no, not Cleveland. Columbus.
That's why they put out that really cool single that looked like Ohio.
Yep.
That Dusty's still looking for.
Yeah. If he goes to Springfield, Ohio, I'm sure he can find it. So, guys. Hey, Dusty.
Hey, Dusty.
Want to take a trip to Ohio and Springfield? There's a lot to do.
Yeah.
Don't let Trump fool you. I'm sure tourism is going to go up in Springfield, Ohio. You know, everybody's going to be like, oh my God, I need to go to Springfield, Ohio.
To see for themselves if they're eating cats and dogs.
Look.
Which I know someone who's from Springfield, Ohio. She's my electrolysis, the one that does my electrolysis work. And she was like, I heard that they talked about Springfield, Ohio, and that's where I'm from, and I could honestly say that we do not eat cats and dogs.
Here you go, guys. If you want to go to a really nice museum. Oh, wait. Hold up. Let me show you guys. For people out there, look at this nice museum. in Springfield, Ohio. Here we go, about the museum.
Mhm.
Look at that. There's no cats and dogs in this museum. But yeah, you can get cultured in Ohio if you want to.
But I do have an announcement for everybody else, and that is, I'm gonna be breaking the law in about a couple of days.
What are you doing?
That way I could, plead guilty, go to prison, so that I could finally get my surgery. You know, 'cause apparently they're giving people transgender operations in prison, so I'm gonna need to get myself into that little bit of action. Just kidding. I'm not going to prison, people.
Okay, I gotta say this for you. Breaking
Yeah.
the law. Breaking
Yeah.
the law. From Judas Priest. Breaking the law. Dusty's his family's decorating. It's a little early to decorate for Halloween. But then again, I can't talk shit. November comes, I'm all about Christmas.
So
I play that Mariah Carey.
Because I'll be fighting the law, and the law will win.
Welcome, Tim. Got
Hey, Tim.
any stories you want to share? Because I decided to stream
about
9/11. Anything you remember where you were that day?
Well, I lost one of the best friends I ever had on 9/11.
Wow.
So yeah, it's horrible to me. His name was Paul Hughes.
Wow.
He worked within 4 floors of where in Tower 2. So where the first plane hit, they never even found a tooth. Nothing.
Wow.
He was. The only positive thing is he would have died instantly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was, it was a rough.
Yeah.
It was a rough time for me. And I worked at Whole Foods, and because he wasn't related to me, they had, a memorial for him, and I couldn't go. I couldn't get the time off or anything like that. And I always felt awful about that.
Yeah, there's people that I'm not related to, and I feel close to them.
And, it was days before I heard, too. I mean, I felt it. When that happened, I literally spent like 2 days crying. I went to work that day, and they sent us home. I knew there was something wrong because I lived in D.C. There were helicopters flying over my house, and, so I knew something was wrong. And as soon as I turned on the TV, I'm like, what the hell? And I turned on the TV about 15 minutes before the second plane struck, and I saw it. So I saw it live.
Me too.
And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I went to work, and I worked for about half an hour, and then they sent everybody home. And so I walked around. I didn't want to go home. I just walked around. No stores were open. No businesses were open. Everything closed. I'm like, this is strange. And then it took me a couple days to get over it. Then, like, on the third day, I get a call from my mother, and Paul was dead. And I'm like, what? And it started all over again for me.
Wow. I'm sorry for your loss, Tim. It's hard when you lose
You know,
someone
it's been a long time now, but, and so I've always wanted to go to New York City and find his name on the monument thing, but I never have.
You should one
The only
day.
reason I ever want to go to New York City is that.
Paul, even though he may have passed, he's, always going to be a part of you. That's what I feel when people pass.
Yeah.
You'll see signs.
He was a married guy with like around a 10-year-old daughter, I mean, just living his life.
Yeah, and Mason, you were way too young to remember 9/11.
I got another story too.
Yeah, sure.
I was married at the time. Well, I was getting a divorce, but I had been married, and my ex-wife was a lawyer for the Navy, and for 6 months, she was assigned to top secret work in the Pentagon. She had a top secret clearance, and 6 months earlier, her office was right where the plane in DC hit.
Whoa.
So yeah, I could have. I had the potential for losing 2 people. I didn't,
Wow.
but if things had been different, if the case she was working on went longer, she could have been right there.
She got very lucky.
Well, I've read stories that Seth MacFarlane uh, almost was a part of that
Yeah,
whole
we were
experience.
discussing that.
But yeah,
mean-
I was at the ripe age of a year old.
Yep. That's why I said you probably don't
Closer to
remember.
being 2 years old, actually, by that point, by September 11th of 2001.
And the weird thing is living in DC. Okay, they grounded all the planes nationwide. So if you saw a plane in the air, you knew it was the president. Which,
Yeah.
think about it, that made him a huge target. I mean, yeah,
Yep.
they had there was always at least 2 planes that took off in opposite directions, so you didn't know which one he was on. But still, if you saw a plane in the air for a few months, you knew the president was going somewhere, and that's
Yeah, George
whether you
Bush.
like him or not. It's a scary thing, to think, that everybody knows. Everybody sees a plane in the air. They know there's a 50% chance, pretty much, that it's the president.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's definitely an event that definitely shook our country.
Yep. We never were the same.
Nope.
Nope.
I was,
Initially, it brought us
I was
together,
reading
but
somewhere where
eventually it tore us apart.
when President Bush, at some point after the event, was like, "Yeah, get the military over there. We're taking revenge."
Yeah. That's the thing I don't like to think about. I try to not, get too political about the whole 9/11 thing.
But who do we have to thank for taking down this crazy motherfucker?
No, we're fine.
We
We're
have
fine.
Chris Kyle to thank for that, who then
Yeah.
was assassinated by a guy that an insane guy that he was trying to help. That's the fucked
Yeah.
up thing. You got Chris Kyle who somehow takes out Bin Laden
Yeah.
and then doesn't even really live to tell about it,
I mean, to think about it, when 9/11 had happened, I was in shock, I was at the stage of not believing that it actually happened. For like a few days, I was like, no, this didn't happen. I was in disbelief. And then finally I had accepted it. I was like, oh my God, this really did happen.
Yeah, it did.
I have-
remember.
Well,
I
yeah.
remembered it when they killed Bin Laden.
Yeah.
I actually remember where I was at. I was that
One
day. I
second.
was in Sacramento, and I was flying out to Ontario in California, and right when my plane touched down, I got off with a friend of mine, and all the TVs right there were showing it all played out. And I think that we stayed in the airport for about a good hour just watching the TV of that coverage, and we're like, oh my God, we got the bastard. Wow.
At least I think it was Chris Kyle that ended up taking him out. I could be wrong. He famously took out some threat to us. And I feel like it was Bin Laden, but I'm not sure. I don't know. American Sniper is one of my favorite movies, so
Don't remember if I saw that one.
it's a must see if you're into war movies, which I'm not even really into war movies, but that movie was probably my favorite one that I've seen.
I've never watched one 9/11 special or movie or anything that could have anything to do with it. I'm too
Me
close
too.
to it. I'm too close to it. You
Yeah.
know,
Me too.
I'm too
I mean,
close
I
to it,
watched
but,
like a cartoon of 9/11 one time of a little girl
you
losing
know,
her dad, and I broke down in tears.
I feel like,
once it,
once
go
you
ahead,
saw
Bonus.
play, I feel like once you saw it played out on TV that day, if you're
Yeah,
around, it's like,
Yeah,
that was just enough. I
yeah.
don't think it was like we wanted to replay that day.
I didn't want to.
yeah.
I didn't want to relive it because when I saw it on TV, it made me sad.
Well, and the networks didn't cover it at all compared to like foreign networks and
Mm,
Telemundo and these sorts of networks showed what was really going on. American
yeah.
TV, edited
No.
and didn't, you
Yeah.
didn't see people jumping out of, hundreds off the
Yeah.
100th floor out of a
I
building on American TV, but
no. I've
it
seen the
happened.
picture. I've seen the picture.
It
That pic.
happened,
That
and
that picture is.
I watch. There's a few really good cut together video of people shooting it on their phone. I've watched one of them fairly recently, and it's like every time you see it, you're still like, "Holy cow! I cannot believe this happened." And the people's reactions are just like, they're talking about shock.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if I think about it, the three things that I lived through that really I think, or two things I think that
But wasn't there
changed America was
in
when
the
we
early
had
90s
9/11.
though? In the early 90s though, wasn't there like an attempted attack on the World Trade Center in the early 90s, like in the basement?
1993.
Yeah,
1993.
but it was just small fry
Yeah.
stuff. It wasn't that.
No. I mean, when I think about it, the two things that really shaped and changed me, I think is when 9/11 happened and then when COVID happened. I think after COVID, things changed so much.
Well,
But
we also had
the Oklahoma bombing,
Oklahoma. That's gonna say the
Yeah,
Oklahoma
yeah, with
bombing.
Timothy McVeigh. I think we had one in LA, if I
but
remember
that was
correctly.
that was always different to me because we always knew somehow, even long before we got the guy and figured out who it was,
Yeah,
we had a feeling that this was internal terrorism. It didn't come from outside. We just knew that. And
yeah,
that makes it different. That makes it some nut job American instead of
yeah,
terror. Bin Laden doing it makes it an invasion almost.
yeah.
It's an act of war.
And then we had the
Um,
Unabomber
It was
too.
well. It really brings to mind images of, okay, this is another leader from a country trying to take over America, which is supposed to be one of the strongest countries out there.
Yeah, but Bin Laden wasn't really a leader. He was a
no,
terrorist.
he was just
He
the leader of
he
a
was
little
trying to take down America
son.
and take over America.
No, he didn't.
No,
His goals weren't that big. He was,
no.
Tom Brokaw was on Letterman. He was his first guest after Letterman came back. Letterman did things right as far as he was the first one that came back. He led the way, and everybody else, one show at a time that came back, kind of followed his lead. He didn't
Yeah,
tell jokes for a while. He kept it. Didn't have musical guests. He kept it down. But anyway, he had Tom Brokaw on, and Tom Brokaw, and I agree with him. A lot of people didn't, but I agree with him. David Ehrman asked him point blank, why? Why
yeah,
why did they do this? And Tom Brokaw said, because we have things that they don't have and they can't have because
exactly.
of basically it's jealousy, it's envy. They can't have this. They never can have this because of their belief system. Therefore, let's take out the ones that have it. And it's a sick work
I
sort of
mean, I don't recommend
thing.
you try to read the Koran. I tried, and it's a crazy religion. That's just my
But
opinion.
but it's a I mean, these are nut jobs. I mean, I don't hate Islamics or anything
No, I
like
don't
that.
either.
These are extremist nut jobs. You know, you get them in every religion. Whatever religion is, you've got extremist nut jobs in there. You
I
always
mean,
have, and you always will.
no, I
And,
don't hate it. I don't hate
and
Islamic
you
people.
know, it's just,
I
it's just,
mean,
you
I
know,
went to school with an Islamic girl for all of my high school life and elementary, and one time a kid had taken off her hijab, and he got sent to the office. Now this girl, I love her. She is a head leader of CARE, which is an organization for giving Islamic people things. And she's been there for many years. And she's talked on many news stations, Zara. And she's always fighting for Islamic rights. And I've known her since elementary school. That girl is a great person. But you know, my dad had a friend of many years who was married to an Islamic person. Sadly, her husband passed away. We can't paint all Islamic people with the same brush. This was some people who had hatred. And I hate when people say, oh, all Islamic people are like that. No, they are not.
no.
We don't say that. There's good and bad in every background.
It's a religion of peace. But,
Yeah.
but there's a but there. But
Okay.
I mean, most Islamics disregard this part. But
Yeah.
there is a part of their religion that states that there is the only one true religion, and anybody that doesn't believe in it's sacrilegious.
Exactly.
And it goes on from there, and that's the one downside of that.
Yep.
Is,
As I said, I try to read.
they're right and everybody else is wrong. Where other
Yeah.
religions have room for.
I think it should be more like. I think it should be
Okay.
more like, instead of one religion believing they're right and everybody else is wrong, it should be more like, okay, this is your religion. This is what you believe in. This is my religion. This is what I believe in.
Of course it should.
Believe in what you believe in, but don't criticize me for what I believe in.
But the more people get into their religion, the less it becomes like that.
Everybody's got a religion they believe.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Well, yeah, but that's
Don't try to
Islamic
go in there and
doctrine.
say
That's-
that, oh, this is the only way, and your religion
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah, no, I understand. Everybody understands that, but that's Islamic doctrine, and it's never going to change. It's not same. You're not going to rewrite the Bible either. You know, it is what it is, and that's what it is, and that's a problem.
No, totally, because you know I've been for many years since I was little a Catholic, and that's what we grew up on. And I always was, you know, told as a young kid, you respect other people's religions, and that's what I always do. I respect them. Although, there's an although, those really super religious Christians that believe in that Benny Hinn stuff, I'm a little bit like about that. Other than that, I respect religion.
Well, I'm religious to the point that I have accepted him into my heart and soul, and I know where I'm going after I pass on.
Yeah, I believe in Jesus Christ. I pray. I'm not gonna lie. I prayed for you guys too.
But despite
I pray
that,
for everybody.
I don't go to church regularly on Sunday. But
Nor
you
do
know
I.
what? Do I believe in my Creator? Yes.
Yes. I mean, people probably ask me, why do you pray for me? And I was like, because you're my friend and I pray for everybody. That's just the way I always am.
And you know,
Regardless.
I don't judge against people who are agnostic, atheist,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't judge against people who have different religions than me. That's their business, you know.
I mean, there's always going to be that one picture. Now I think of 9/11. There's always going to be that
Because
one
an important
picture.
thing that I grew up knowing within the
Yeah.
Bible is that thou shalt not judge thy neighbor.
Yep, exactly. Thou shalt not judge thy neighbor.
You don't have to always support what they believe in,
No.
but don't judge them and call them out for it.
Well, because
That's
I
their
got
life. It's not your life that you're trying to live through. Then.
because I got two different religions in my family. My mom's a Buddhist, although she doesn't practice it, and my dad's a Catholic.
You know what? I'll go ahead and speak out against it here while we do have Paulina, because I'm an avid supporter that. Well, I'm actually highly against
Okay,
anybody who judges trans people.
it's
I'm
good
against
for you.
I'm against the act of judging trans people. To me, it's the same thing with racial stuff. You're a person. We're all human. We're all human beings. So stop judging somebody for being black or white or freaking gay or whatever or freaking trans. When it comes right down to it, we're all human beings. We're all people, and we all have feelings.
I gotta just say something to you, Mason, real quick. Okay, Mason? Please, 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 don't eat your dogs. Please.
No.
Good.
This ain't Vietnam, y'all.
Don't eat your dogs and steak. And if you ever want to plan a trip,
But I
It's
just
a
I just
lovely
wanted
place.
to speak on that on behalf of Paulina, who is here, and Paulina is a part of the trans community,
yep.
and I highly believe that the trans community should not be judged.
Yeah, if anybody here is transphobic,
Because
where
when it
they
comes right
go?
down to it, it is their own personal business to want to deal with that. You know?
in the past I have kicked out people for talking about Paulina on my streams. I told them bye
It was
bye.
Paulina's own personal decision that she wanted to do this, and I'm not going to judge against it, and I don't think anybody should.
Because there's, when I think about trans people, it takes a lot for them to, come to the conclusion that they want to be a different, sexuality than what they are. And, I applaud them for, all the things that they do because
if
it
yes,
takes.
yes, this is my friend Paulina. She's trans. So what? She's also got great music tastes within the Beatles and McCartney, and a great knowledgeable person on everything Marvel. Look at those qualities. Don't just immediately call someone out for their what they identify as with their gender or something.
And she's on the spectrum like us. We spectrum kids have got to stick together.
Yes,
not the
yes.
internet service.
Sometimes I forget that she's a part
Yeah,
of the autistic
because-
community.
But you know what?
But
Let me
Paulina,
tell you.
I just want to tell you right now, I love you. We all love you, and never change.
Yeah.
You're a great young man, Mason.
You're
Always
gonna.
keep it up.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're the future.
You're the
More like you are
future.
the future.
Mason, if you ever decide to go on a trip with your
and
family,
my point about this is not to offend you in any
Yeah.
way, Paulina. I'm actually speaking out against those who judge the trans community.
hey Mason, is your family planning to go on a trip this year? Again?
No, why?
Might I suggest Springfield, Ohio? Okay. Never mind.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look and see what's in Paulina's background today.
I have like Sabrina Carpenter all over.
Looks like nothing but Sabrina Carpenter.
Have you bought anything
see-
recently, Tim?
Mm, 2 CDs that are very common. Nothing.
Tell us more about Sabrina Carpenter, Paulina.
She just won Song of the Year tonight at the VMAs with the song Espresso.
I need to tell you guys something about Sabrina Carpenter, and this is just what I've been hearing. I'm not jumping to conclusions that it's true, but people are taking to the internet and apparently calling her out for being quite a rude person to her fans.
She wasn't rude to me when I saw her.
Did you actually? Did you actually have the pleasure of meeting her?
I passed her while I was working at Coachella, and she was really cool with everybody,
But
Yeah.
I've heard people bitching all over TikTok about Sabrina Carpenter is disrespectful to her fans. Oh,
That
freaking! But also the same with Jenna Ortega is disrespectful to her fans. I'm like,
that's what everybody says about everybody, even though it's not true. It's basically envy. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
They're envying that they have a really great career going for them, that they rather break them down, instead of being happy for their success.
Yeah.
I feel like Sabrina really worked hard for her career. So did
Yeah.
Jenna Ortega. So did Taylor Swift.
well, when you
And
stop and think on Sabrina Carpenter alone, it's like she's been in the business for a very long time at this point. I mean, she had this song that was a big hit back when I was like in junior high, and it was all over mainstream radio. And of course, her being on Girl Meets World and everything. And then I never heard anything else about her
I
or from her musically
yeah,
until like last year when like freaking songs like Feather and Espresso are blowing up.
yeah. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I think I started to pay attention to her more.
So I mean, she's come a long way, a very long way, definitely.
I think I started to pay attention to her more, possibly in 2017, 2018. I was because even though I followed her even before that, because I did see the Girl Meets World shows,
Yeah.
and I loved them because I love Boy Meets World, and I love the Girl Meets World show. I feel like both her and Rowan Blanchard did a great job, and but what happened was I started to really pay attention to her songs more in 2018, because I have a friend named Yasmin, and I was at her place one day, and she was like, "I want you to write me a song, because I really want to do some singing, and I want you to, can you write it in the way that this song sounds?" And so she played me the song "Why" by Sabrina Carpenter, and so I was listening to it, and I was like, "Oh, this is a really good song. I like it." And I did eventually write a song for her, called "Lost in Your Love," and it sounds kind of like "Why." It sounds like Sabrina Carpenter. I was able to, hone in onto the formula and write this whole song. And even at the end of it, she was like, "I don't want to sing anymore." So I have this recording of me doing the scratch vocal and sounding like Sabrina Carpenter on it. But after that, I was totally 100% into Sabrina Carpenter's music.
I'm trying to save you guys money. Go on.
Well, I've watched film channels, and I've seen people that hated it and people that loved it. So
I didn't really enjoy it as much as I thought I would. Maybe it's just me.
I didn't like the first one. So
please don't spoil it for someone who might want to actually go see it.
I'm just telling you, I didn't spoil it. I'm just telling you that I did not enjoy the movie. Like the first one, I enjoyed it. The second one just didn't do it for me. But you guys should still go see it unless you have already seen it. Anybody else seen it? Can agree with me that it's not that great.
I didn't like the first one, but I
still got to remember to rewatch The Lion King tonight in memory of James Earl Jones.
Oh, and Star Wars.
My number one choice usually would be Star Wars, but I can't even marathon through the original trilogy in a day.
I've done it before. Don't ask why, but Star Wars nerd here. I've done it before. It is possible. I read Lord of the Rings in like a week. Don't ask. Another nerd of something else. And my friend's like 1,100 pages in a week. I was like, yeah, I know. I'm a little crazy. But when I really get into my fandoms and stuff, I can. But yeah, I mean, I'm not deterring anybody from seeing Beetlejuice 2. I just didn't enjoy it.
Well, I saw Stay Up Midnight's review, and I usually agree with him, and I think he's a fairly intelligent guy, and he really liked it a lot. he hailed it as the return of Tim Burton back to form finally. So
No.
I don't know, but I didn't like the original. So for me,
In my opinion, the last good movie that Tim Burton did, in my opinion, when I think about it, I really like Corpse Bride. That's just coming. That one was good.
Yeah, but then he got weird with things like the Alice in Wonderland with Johnny Depp.
Oh, I didn't like that one. Oh, that was not good. And the Willy Wonka.
I've heard a lot of people find his take on Dumbo to be very boring.
Well, it's like, why? I don't get why people feel like they need to remake classics when it's already good. Like, they want to remake.
Because
the
money's there.
The best take on Alice in Wonderland is 1951 animated by Disney.
The money's there.
Yeah, but then they're doing a new Goonies, too.
Well, again, the money's there. It's a proven thing. These days, it costs so much to make that people don't want to put out some unknown thing. But if you put something that everybody knows, okay, yeah, we'll give you the money to make that.
But to the credit, Goonies is going to have Paulina most of the original cast. So it's not going to be like a completely new cast, which I'm a fan of the Goonies, and I like that they're having most of the original cast. Now,
yeah, they're bringing back Sean Astin, Ke Huy Quan, Josh Brolin, and Martha Plimpton.
Yeah.
And I think they're going to fill them out with like a lot of new people in it.
Yeah.
I hope they get Cyndi Lauper to do a new theme song. That would be cool.
That'd be cool. That'd be awesome.
She's about to retire, so they should get her to do that before she retires.
Well, the movie,
right? I was
the
thinking
movie
that
comes
too. I was
out.
like, she's about to retire, but they should get her back to do the theme song.
2026.
It makes sense. It makes sense. She sort of.
Cindy's probably on tour right now. If she's not, she's about to head on tour. It's going to be her last tour.
Yeah.
And she's playing arenas for the first time in like 30 years. She's done just smaller gigs and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's like, this has become such a big deal. I have to play the bigger places. And I haven't done that for years and years. But she's good enough too. It's amazing to me how some people are still absolutely fantastic and some people are so crappy. It makes me wonder if the crappy ones never had any talent to begin with.
No.
Because it really, I just saw from 2017 a couple hours ago, apparently Dave Edmunds' last show. And he was amazing. He's just playing with this little 4 other guys in him on a stage. There's probably only a couple hundred people there, and he's freaking fantastic. He's old, and he looks old, but he could still sing. His guitar playing was as good as it ever was. I was like, wow, this is great. But some people just lose it.
People like
I just like to say real quick that Tim Burton, whatever you do not try to remake.
He's not going to. That is out of his wheelhouse.
I put mine away, Paulina. Sorry, I put it away. I got tired of tripping over all the records.
I'm sorry, Paulina, but that's not going to happen because Tim Burton does quirky, eccentric movies, and I think that's out of his wheelhouse. I mean, think about all the movies he's done in the past. Ed Wood. I think he did Ed Wood. Edward Scissorhand,
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. And you can spam me and tell me that
go ahead.
I'm canceled. You can tell me I'm canceled all you want.
Yeah.
This is just my opinion.
Okay.
I think Corpse Bride is better than Nightmare Before Christmas.
Holy shit.
I still need to see Corpse Bride.
I've seen both. And I will stand on that hill, but I love Nightmare Before Christmas. My favorite Halloween movie.
I haven't been able to get through either one. I just don't like that style of animation.
I do.
It's not.
You're not
for
digging
me.
the stop motion.
It's not. No, I like stop motion. I just don't like his particular style in anything. I'm not a fan of his. Never have been. Don't really like Edward Scissorhands. I'm trying to think if there's one movie that he's done that I actually really like. I don't think there is.
It's quirky, but it's not like, how do I explain it? Dark? because you watch Tim Burton movies, a lot of them have a dark theme.
Yeah, I suppose my favorite movie that he's ever done is Batman, but I don't love it.
You want to know something, Lisa? You want to know something? And I didn't know this until this past year because I did a little research on it. Nightmare Before Christmas, despite being a Tim Burton film, he didn't even direct.
Exactly. I
He
found that
picked-
out too.
He pitched the idea to Disney in 1983, and then when they approached him later on about actually doing it, he was already working on Batman.
Yeah, that when I found that out, I was like, what? Because me and Paulina were looking it up. Remember, I think you said to me, Nightmare Before Christmas was not directed by Tim Burton. We looked it up, and it was some Henry guy, I think, directed
It's his-
Nightmare Before Christmas.
It's his characters, it's his idea, it's his story.
Well, he produced it, but
Yeah, I
he
was
didn't
gonna say he
direct it.
produced it, and sometimes that's more important than directing because the producer really calls the shots. The producer is the director's boss.
Yeah.
So
They handle all the money and everything.
that's why when you get like these first time or fairly unknown directors, and it will say Quentin Tarantino presents or Martin Scorsese presents or somebody like that, it means that they were the producer and they were overseeing the thing, and that helps a lot.
But
you know.
even then, even producers have their own
One
bosses,
second.
which is the executive producer. Because the
Yep.
executive producers are the ones that are actually fronting the money
The
as
executive
well. So
producer
they're the
is
ones that are like,
where the money comes from.
like kind of like dictating, like, okay, well, we'll give you this money, but if you have to do this in the movie and stuff like that,
I can't believe we're not even addressing this.
And
we
and
probably already have.
one of the executive producers of Beetlejuice is Brad Pitt. I was like, wait a minute, Brad Pitt front money to do this? Okay.
Well,
I guess they're already hurting for money if they're going to Brad Pitt for it.
But no, I found this out today through the Beatles community, and maybe you guys already addressed it. But what are you guys' thoughts on the announcement that they're reissuing at least some of the U.S. albums on vinyl?
Yes,
In mono.
They're reissuing Meet the Beatles, second album, A Hard Day's Night, Something New, 65, the Beatles story, and early Beatles on vinyl, and it's gonna be the original Capitol mono mixes. And
See, what I think they should do is not only that, but include an option to get, well, obviously the original unique mixes from the 60s for sure, but include it in mono and stereo mixes.
no, I don't agree. I'm glad they're doing it in mono because the stereos were at least 50% fake stereo. So
Tim brings that point. Yeah,
nobody wants that. I'm glad they're doing it in mono.
yeah.
I think it's
Good point, Tim.
fine.
Nobody
There's
wants
going to be a box, and there's a possibility that the Beatles story will only be available in the box, which is actually fine with probably 90% of the people.
I mean,
yeah,
I am hoping though that if this is successful, then they'll consider releasing a box with the
Well, they'll
remainder
do
of-
the rest of them. They'll do the rest of them, but there's not that. And people will bitch when they do the rest of them. You're going to hear bitching because there's only 11 songs on Revolver and blah blah. Yeah,
What I'm hoping they'll actually do is they'll use the original mixes
I know,
of these albums from the 60s, and I'm hoping they'll go ahead and
but
reissue the U.S. albums on CD with those original mixes.
Well, that's what they're doing, not on the CD thing, but they are going back to the original Capitol.
Yeah,
tapes.
that's the whole idea. There's no point in just pressing albums with the
Yeah.
2009 mixes. And
Yeah.
What I'm
US
hoping is
I
they'll-
already-
they did that on CD, and look at how much people loved it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
I-
him and I, we already have the original UK mono albums, but now we're going to be getting the original US Capitol mono mixes.
But
In the
I
set,
have
so-
most of those original anyway. But
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I'm not. I'm glad they're doing it. I'm not going to be one of the first ones to stand in line to buy it.
so you're
but
not
I'm
going to
glad
buy
they're
it,
doing
Tim? That's what
I
my
might
next
buy
question.
one or two. I've never, in my whole, believe it or not, in my whole Beatle collecting, I've never found a nice copy of the early Beatles.
Wait,
ever.
so is it?
So
So is it
that's
going to
one
be
I
a?
could buy, but at the same time, it's only got 11 songs on it, and you know,
Wait.
so it's not.
It
high
is
on my-
essentially the U.S. Please Please Me, though.
Yeah, mine is 3 songs.
But I got to ask a question, a legit question. Is it going to be a box set, or can you buy them individually?
There is gonna be a box set apparently,
Oh, so
Yeah.
you can't buy them
but
individually.
but I from what they haven't made the announcement, so nobody knows for sure. But it seems like 6 of the 7 will be on sale separately, and there'll be a box set, kind of like the mono box was.
Mhm.
But
Well,
if
because-
you want story, you might have to buy the box. But nobody anybody that wants story wants them all. So
Yeah.
that's not a problem.
There's one I want to replace. The second album. Because my dad's copy is really beat up, and it would be nice to own a nice
yes.
copy of it.
Mayo's
Well, I
favorite
think-
Beatles
I think
album
for
of all
me-
time.
I think for me, the thing was like, I'm happy that they're doing it, especially with the mono mixes. And I think the reason why that is because I do have some of those albums
Yeah.
in mono as well, like a couple of them. And, and the thing was like, back then, anybody that had the albums back then in mono, that they were owned by, like young teenagers and stuff like that. And teenagers back then, they didn't take care of their albums.
Well,
treated-
they did compared to teenagers of today. I'll tell you that much.
That
Yeah,
that
you
might
didn't
be
see
debatable.
teenagers of those
That
days
might-
taking these nice
'Cause-
vintage records and gluing them on their fucking walls and ceilings.
Because people didn't think
Like they
of
do
things as
today.
disposable back then. Money was hard fought for, and if they could afford $3 for an album, most of them took care of it.
I mean, you're
because you're
right.
probably getting 25 cents a week allowance or something like that. So
But I think a lot of people are going to buy this because they think it will sell out. The last model box set goes for a lot of money. So they're thinking,
yeah.
But it didn't sell out right away though. That one didn't. I don't know, and I don't really care. I think it's a good thing. I'm
do
not
you-
sorry that they're doing it, but I'm not like,
I
oh my
mean-
god, I have to have this.
Don't you need a special needle to play mono, or can you just play with your
No,
standard
no. No, it can help. It can improve sound if you get a mono cartridge.
You have
but
it,
you
you
know,
have it the other way around, Lisa. It's if you have a turntable that is designed only for mono, and that's where you try
Well,
to
I
play stereo
have-
on that.
I have
no,
a
and that's fine.
Fredo.
That's fine too. But Mason, you're wrong. A mono needle will make it sound better. And if you got a mono switch on your stereo, hit that. That'll make it sound, because your stereo cartridge still has problems
Yeah.
with mono. And it's just better with. But it's not imperative. It's not going to sound like crap if you don't.
No.
But it might sound 10% better
mean,
or something if you,
I'm
if
not
you
gonna
have a mono
change.
cartridge.
I'm not going to change my stereo cartridge. 'Cause
But-
I've had it for
but-
years.
But the thing I like about the American albums, especially in mono, is that they've got a lot more, let's say, cojones than the UK ones. So it's
Yeah.
nice. It's nice to
Yeah, everything that all the
To get
mixes in
them.
America were more
Well-
beefier. You have like the
Yeah.
bass drum, like really kicky.
yeah.
that
It's
bass that,
beefier. It just it doesn't sound
Right.
wimpy. Like songs like "Money" and "I Want to Hold Your Hand" sound so wimpy in UK stereo, and in US mono they do not at all.
I'm kind of like on the fence about the mono pressings because I'm like, do I need them or should I just get stereo? Because it's like, would it be better to get the mono versus getting the stereo pressings of these albums? Like, is it better?
It's album by album too.
Yeah.
For instance, Beatles 65, except for the single, I Feel Fine and She's a Woman, I think is their best sounding, at least until Pepper, the best sounding stereo album. That album sounds glorious because it's all true stereo for a change. And it sounds
nobody
really good.
wants duophonic. Nobody wants duophonic anything.
No,
I have some
stereo.
quadraphonic albums.
Not quadraphonic, duophonic. It was Capitol's patented fake stereo process. And it's awful. It's not as awful as Epic's. Epic's is worse, but it's still not good.
Look. I've heard Wild Honey by the
second.
Beach Boys in duophonic before the true stereo mixes came out. And let me tell you, that's shit.
I agree.
No, I'm telling you, buy one of the first 4 or 5 Dave Clark 5 albums, US in stereo, and put that on, and you will not believe how bad that record sounds. Some of the worst sound I've ever heard comes from Dave Clark 5 US stereo.
I never even owned a copy of that. It was just that prior to when the true stereo mixes of that album actually surfaced in 2017, when I wanted to hear Wild Honey in stereo, there were uploads of it on YouTube, but it was duophonic, and it sounded like ass.
Well, it does. It's fake stereo. There's one of 2 ways to do it. You can either make one channel very bassy and the other channel very trebly. You're going to add reverb to both ways, or the other way is to slightly delay one channel by a split second so that they're not exactly in tune, and that's what Epic did, and that's why the Dave Clark 5 is so awful, because the channels are out of sync on purpose, and that's what they did to Elvis too. Poor Elvis. Listen, you want to do yourself a disservice, listen to Elvis's first Gold Records album in stereo. Oh my, it's one of the worst sounding records I've ever heard. That and the Dave Clark 5 are both awful sounding records.
This is my opinion about the whole box set. I think that if you're a major Beatles fan or a big Beatles fan, you're probably going to want to have everything that the Beatles do. And I think this is a great buy for people who are really into the Beatles. But if you're like me, a casual Beatles fan, you're probably not going to be oh, I need this. But if you're like, Paulina, you're probably going to pick it up, or Mayo, or Kid O'Toole, or Kristen Summer.
They're making it for the world, too. You know what I mean? I mean, there's most countries besides America in the world, it's really hard to find the U.S. albums.
Exactly.
What they should do next, Tim, after this, if this is enough successful, they should do it for the Canadian albums.
No, I think the thing about it is this is great it's great for everybody to buy, but what I'm thinking is, if you're a big fan, this will be something you want to have in your collection because you want to be sort of a completist when it comes to the Beatles, and there are people out there that just have to be a completist, and they just got to have everything that the Beatles do. And I've
been saying for years they should do this.
I would love to own a copy of the Twist and Shout album from Canada. I would love that.
Oh, I have one.
Paulina
the only Canadian one I have. It's not. It's not an original. It's probably from the late '70s or early '80s, but I have one.
Yeah.
I don't collect the Canadian albums.
No.
I don't have the interest in collecting the Canadian albums. The only interest I have is the American.
But the thing is, you don't buy it to play it because it's the same basic mixes as the UK album.
I just think it has a pretty cool cover of the Twist and Shout Canadian
album. But it's also quite pricey.
Just jumping in the air.
Well, yeah, like I said, I have it.
You also got to take in consideration that Canadian albums can be quite pricey for us to buy. I spent a lot for shipping.
I lived in Buffalo for 10 years, and I saw you'd be surprised how few Canadian records I saw. You'd think I would see tons of them. I mean, Canada is only like 30 minutes away. You know, you'd think there would be tons of Canadian records, but there wasn't.
Oh, what? Oh, are you fucking kidding me? No fucking. Dusty, you have no fucking excuse. We're going to Warped Tour. You're going with me. Oh
And
my
I
god.
really-
Best
I really
news
have-
ever.
I really have to say this too. I basically have no intentions of ever seeking out the Horror Zoo Magical Mystery Tour.
Mm.
I feel like I don't need it. People are gonna be pressing on me like, no, you need the Horror Zoo German Magical Mystery Tour. But I feel like I really do not need it since I already have the albums in both mono and stereo from
You know what you
both
need?
stereo mono
Yeah.
box set and stuff like that. And
You know what
But,
you do
but
need?
it is a better pressing. But
Yeah.
but people always put the Horzu name on it, and it doesn't have to be Horzu. It can be a later pressing than that too. It can be
Yeah.
a pressing up to around the early '80s, I think. It's
Mhm.
They use the same mask, the same disc, they use the same everything. After like '73 or something like that, it didn't say Horzu anymore.
Yeah,
You
But
know-
what you don't want is an original German album, because the original before the Horzu, they used the American tapes, and it sounds worse than the American album. It's one of maybe the worst sounding Magical.
You know what
Mystery.
you need, Paulina? You need the Magical Mystery Tour UK EP.
I have
Well,
it.
yeah.
No shit.
I have it both in stereo and in mono.
Yeah. You know how I said I wasn't going to a festival ever again? Well, now the Warped Tour is coming back. Your girl is going to a festival.
It's not a hard thing to get, Mason.
Ah,
Nice.
It's not.
Yeah,
you know.
I have it in the EP collection box set, and it's like the
When the
last
fuck they
thing,
put that out?
1982, and there's mine as well.
This stuff isn't, it isn't.
Yeah,
I bought this in London at an HMV. New. Probably 5 pounds or
Are
less.
they okay? My question is: are they the same mixes as what's on the American Magical Mystery Tour album?
No.
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 well, now
America
I'm going to
remixed everything. America
Damn.
remixed everything.
So there's a good reason to get it. It's their own unique mixes from what
Well,
was on.
that's why. But here's the thing that most people don't know. When Magical Mystery Tour came out on CD, they used the German master tape for that.
Yeah.
So the German CD is pretty close to the Horzu album.
Yeah, I got 2 copies of Magical Mystery Tour. I'm giving Dusty the one without the book because your girl wants the one with the book. So Dusty's going to get it eventually.
and then I
The
bought
EP
this
has
one.
the book.
Yeah.
And then I bought this.
The one I have
from-
has the book too.
from a seller on Macquarie, and this was from that box set that they came out for the Blu-ray DVD, which they also gave you the EP. But this is different because unlike the one I just showed you,
That
was stereo. This is mono.
Oh wow.
Well, shit, I don't need
Hey,
another copy of
actually,
Magical Mystery.
while we're on the subject of it, I got to ask a question related to the Magical Mystery Tour film. Is it possible to get the DVD of the movie without getting it in that box set that includes the EP and all that stuff?
Yeah,
I just
Yeah.
want the DVD
Yeah.
alone.
yeah.
But I
Yeah.
want it from that. I want it from that box set version. Where it's all
Hey,
where it has
Tim.
all the restoration and stuff in it.
I mean,
They,
Not
they
Tim. Hey,
probably
Eddie.
they probably even worked on a little since then. It might even be better now than it was then. Yeah,
I
that's
don't-
easy.
I don't know why you guys showed me that because now I'm going to look for that because I like the Magical Mystery Tour with the books. Damn you
Come on,
guys
Eddie.
showing me that.
Hey,
Well-
Eddie.
Well, Lisa, the album of the Magical Mystery Tour album, at least for that 2009 reissue, well, actually 2012 reissue on vinyl, but it used the 09 remasters. It was on the Capitol label again, and
Yeah.
it had a gatefold with that book.
No, I got a copy with
Yeah,
the book
Paulina,
from
is that the DVD from that box set?
This is the separately sold DVD
Yes,
that
but is it
that they
what I'm
made.
asking is
But
it the
it's
most?
from it. It's from it. So it has everything. It has the director's commentary, the makings of it from Paul McCartney. You have other things like behind the scenes of Your Mother Should Know and all the other scenes. They even have a very rare music video that Paul McCartney directed of Traffic doing Here We Go Round the Mulberry Bush.
Yeah.
Because Traffic was supposed to have been part of the movie, but they cut that scene out.
Ah.
So in this DVD, you get that scene finally, fully restored.
Well,
So you get to
Paulina,
see like
my question is that copy that you're holding right there the most up to date as far as restoration of the film
Yes.
goes?
Yes.
Because I don't want to order it online, right? And then I get like a freaking version that the pre-restoration where it looks like shit.
This is the final release of it on DVD. It's and Blu-ray. It's from 2012.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
that was. I thought that DVD release was from like 2007.
No, 2012.
Okay.
I mean, have they done another
I'm just
DVD?
saying.
No.
At one point, I wanted to buy because I bought Help on Amazon, and that was the 2007 DVD. And I bought that, and then a little bit later, I was like, I want Magical Mystery Tour now, and that was a little more difficult because I'm having trouble being able to get the DVD on Amazon, just the DVD on its own, separate from the box set.
Well, it might be out of print. I mean, these days, everything's going out of print.
But while we're showing Beatles movies, I'll go ahead and bring out my copy of Help.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw the movie because Dusty.
Movies, but okay.
No, I think I saw the movie because Dusty had actually shown it to me, I think. And that was my first time ever seeing Magical Mystery Tour, and I can't believe it. But I think it was like last year. I know, I'm a little behind. But I thought it was a very trippy, weird movie. It's not everybody gonna enjoy it.
How many of you guys have this?
Both of us do. We're Beatle collectors.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a casual Beatle collector, but
I hate the
still
packaging
collecting.
style on it, where it's the stack disc deal. I think it's easier to scratch.
What I
When they do it
really
like
want to
this.
find of that is
Yeah,
the
keep
full
careful.
box set. Because they came out with like the nice big box set of it that had like, the lobby cards and like
Yeah.
in it.
I went to one of the last times I was ever in my Best Buy. It's still there. I just haven't been in it in years and
Yeah.
years. But one of the last times they still had one of those. They probably had it since it came out, and it's still sitting there. And it was marked down probably 50%, but it still wasn't enough for me to buy it. And it wasn't in the best shape because it'd been sitting on their shelves for 20 years or however long it's been sitting.
Question:
it wasn't in great.
So, is there anything worth watching on disc 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a film guy, Mason. I don't buy a DVD set or a Blu-ray set without watching everything that it comes with. Period.
I just bought this because I wanted to own a copy of the movie itself.
That's my main argument
All I'm
against
asking are, is
streaming.
the special features good?
Is the extras. You don't get any special features with streaming, and that's that's one of my main arguments against it. You're missing out on a lot of stuff.
Same here. I like the idea of getting a DVD and then they give you like a whole thing of like the gag reels, and they'll give you like all the deleted scenes, and they'll give you like a makings of them of the movie. And
maybe they'll give you a commentary, maybe 2. Maybe I have movies with 4 commentaries. Because that's a little excessive, but still, you don't get any of that if you stream it.
No. I mean, that's what I looked forward to when I was a kid, the special features. Mm-hmm. And they just omitted that completely from
I always
newer
thought,
DVDs.
back, and you could still do it today, I guess, but I used to think in terms of AMC and stuff before AMC lost all their movies and they became
Yeah.
a crap channel. But when they were a
Reality
good
TV.
channel, I always thought they used to rerun from midnight to 6. They would rerun like 2 or 3 of the best movies of the day, and I always thought it would be great for a channel to, when you're rerunning the movie, rerun it with the commentary. If it's got a commentary
Yeah.
track, rerun it on television with the commentary.
Yeah.
That I always thought that they should do that. That
Is
would
it
It's
be
not.
good.
It's not that. It's not that. Because like a lot of cable providers, they'll give you like the on-demand channel of that channel. So if you
Uh-huh.
have like something like from like AMC, and they'll give you like, they should give you like, okay, here is the movie, and then here's the movie again, but you could play the commentary version of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it gives you like two, and they have like enough like digital storage space to like accommodate two versions of the movie, and
Yeah.
that's the thing that I love about the Disney Plus streaming platform, is that unlike Netflix, Peacock,
Mhm.
and all the other ones, if you like, let's say for instance, the Avengers movie, they actually do give you gag reel, deleted scenes, the makings of it. They'll even give you the commentary, a version of the movie as well,
Yep.
and which is wild. Like that, I was like, oh my god, I love that they give out like have like an extra sting, and it's not just the Marvel movies. They also do that for all of the Star Wars movies as well. They'll give you the commentary tracks, the behind the scenes,
Yep.
the makings of it, the bloopers and everything, as well as their own like Disney properties, the Pixar stuff,
Yeah.
they'll give you that as well. So I think that's why Disney Plus is becoming to be being a more superior streaming service than any other ones, because Netflix will not give you like
No.
the commentary tracks.
Yeah,
or-
Paulina. But you know what Disney Plus still won't give you?
What?
The platinum editions of like the Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, where they had exclusive scenes added to those releases. You still can't get those on Disney Plus. You still can't get the cut of the Lion King with Morning Report on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I had the VHS of Star Wars because my brother was really into Star Wars, so my mom bought it for him for Christmas one year. It's somewhere in our house, but we have it. And also, I also have the VHS of Titanic because your girl was in love with Leonardo DiCaprio. So she bought it on VHS. That's actually, surprisingly, doesn't go for a lot of money.
No.
Because it's very common.
Not surprisingly, because they made 1 billion of them. That's why. You can't go to a thrift store without seeing 3 or 4 Titanic VHSs sitting
Yeah.
there.
There's
They
a
made
guy
1 billion of them.
There's a guy on TikTok. His whole TikTok is dedicated to collecting Titanic on all formats.
You could go.
Oh,
you could
so
go
annoying.
to any swap meet in
Yep.
America, and someone's going to be selling the Titanic VHS for 50 cents.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that guy Cinema Sickness, if people want his autograph, that's what he signs. He buys cheap Titanics whenever he sees them because that's what he signs for people. You want my here you go, and he gives them a
really? Wow.
yeah, he gives them a Titanic
Crazy.
signed by him.
Crazy.
I don't want his signature. So
Yeah,
I'll
but
give
these days, as in like the last few months, I've been more hesitant ever to purchase a DVD through Amazon because, okay, I don't know if this is true or not, but I just have it in my mind that ordering DVDs online, especially in the summertime in the heat, and you get them in the mail and watch them, could the heat from ordering them through the mail deteriorate the disc before you even
No.
get to watch it?
I've
No.
never seen a warped warping is the only thing it could do. I've never seen a warped CD.
I mean, luckily I
Ever.
bought records in the summer and they haven't warped, so knock on wood.
I've had CD cases in my car in extreme heat go all wonky on me, but the CDs inside are fine,
Yeah.
and that's the same with the DVD. They're the same
So
thing.
like nothing like if because it's still summertime, it's still pretty hot outside,
Yeah.
and ordering stuff through the mail and it comes in, especially brand new, sealed, and you open it
Yeah.
up and you play it, and there's no possibility that because of that
No.
intense heat that it may have gone
No.
through, that it's gonna just
No,
make
Yeah.
the picture distorted.
For one thing, they're being sent in a nice bubble package.
Not
So
always.
The package
Not
is
always.
intercepting the heat from outside and keeping the inside nice and cool.
I thought you were gonna give my regards to Broad Street in a bubble wrap.
No, this is a package that I got from Shield.
Oh no,
They sent me some medications. Project Patriot.
I don't. Okay, I got some
Uh,
real medication that's coming in the mail for me.
This is real. They actually gave me instructions
No.
on how to
Well-
make super soldier serum.
Oh, weird. No, my medication's coming from Kaiser. Kaiser is sending me medication this week. Yeah.
And they gave me like tubes that say GH325.
Watch
That's what
out,
we're making.
Paulina. Paulina's gonna make some medication. Watch out, God. Why did I do a southern accent for a minute?
But so
You've always had like a southern accent.
So there's
I
no
don't know.
there's no
No.
possibility of ordering a DVD in the mail and it coming in and you watching
No.
it and the picture being distorted because
No.
No.
it got
No.
subjected.
Heat does not affect. You could put a CD in an oven for probably 300 degrees for an hour, and nothing's gonna happen to it. You put it back, and it's gonna be fine. No.
Yeah. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. I bought plenty of things online
But how?
in the
Okay,
summer.
when you're ordering a DVD on Amazon, especially for Beatle stuff, like if I go and order Magical Mystery Tour on DVD, how do I guarantee that what I get in is not going to be like a fake copy, like where somebody made a fake bootleg and tried to pass it off as the real deal?
If you're buying it from Amazon Direct, they're gonna send you the real McCoy. Now,
Yeah.
if you buy it from like the little independent, because if you go on Amazon and they're like,
Yeah.
okay, we're out of stock, but you can buy it from these sellers that are selling on Amazon, then most likely that sort of puts you in some type of gray area of possibly either getting the real McCoy or
Yeah.
getting a fake copy. So that's where you have to
Yep.
buy at your own discretion.
Exactly. If it says
But
sold
most
by
things-
Amazon.
Most things aren't bootlegged and faked because there's no money in it. And
No.
the DVDs are worthless for the most part these days. So unless it's some real rare thing, nobody's bootlegging DVDs.
Exactly. No.
There's no money in it. There's zero money in it these days.
Are you kidding, Tim? My Chinese people, we bootleg a lot of things.
Hey, you guys,
Now, if this was 2002, then yeah.
Yeah.
Bootlegging
But now
might be
nobody's
anything, but now
bootlegging
it's like-
anything. There's no point.
Wise
it's
words. 1 second.
Now it's
Oh.
all about, people uploading things onto
Okay.
YouTube, Vimeo, or,
Yeah.
torrent and stuff like that. That's how people are bootlegging things or
Yeah.
putting it on Daily Motion. But-
It's so easy now.
Sorry,
I
that
mean,
was my dad calling just to tell me some useless information. I was like, okay.
your ringtone is the Scooby Doo theme.
Yes,
song,
my
guys.
ringtone is a Scooby-Doo theme song because I love Scooby-Doo. I have a Scooby-Doo wallet, and I almost bought a Scooby-Doo backpack.
Okay, but Scooby Doo, where are you? But not what's new Scooby Doo theme song. I feel
No,
like
not the Simple Plan one. Sorry. I love Simple Plan.
I feel like that one would be more fitting for your taste than the
Look.
original.
Look, I love Simple Plan. I do plan to buy their first album on vinyl. But, no. I just like the old one. I'm sorry. I'm gonna always be a fan
I
of
like
the old
Matthew
Scooby-Doo.
Sweet's version. I think that's
Ah,
good.
I've not heard that. I'll look into that.
Um,
Oh yeah, Hong Kong people make some bootlegs.
yeah, but not so
Ooh,
much these
no, not so
days
much anymore.
because it just doesn't.
Yeah, I'll have to check into that. I haven't watched Scooby-Doo in a long time. Yep, MXPX. I love MXPX too. I'm
You
thinking of
know
all
who
the
did?
people I want to
You
see.
know who did most of the music in Scooby Doo? Not he didn't do the theme song, but you ever hear a song called Rocky? It was a big hit in like '75.
No,
Rocky, I've never been in love before. Guy called
no.
Austin Roberts. He did most of the Scooby
Ah,
Doo or
I
music
know.
that was in all the episodes.
If correct me if I'm wrong, but Casey Kasem did the voice for Shaggy, right?
Yeah,
That was very interesting to find out.
He
I
did
mean,
it. Well, he did it up until the time that Matthew Lillard took over.
we don't think about Matthew Litter. I'm sorry. Not when we got Mr. Casey Kasem in the house. Matthew Litter, sorry. I know you tried, but you're no
Matthew
Casey
Lillard
Kasem.
Shaggy is what I grew up with. Come on.
Well, I didn't grow up with that. I grew up with the old school Scooby Doo because
you,
that's what they
you you
played.
could tell though. You could tell that Casey Kasem did Shaggy because every episode contained a long distance request, so
Yeah.
it was easy.
This is Casey Kasem with your top 40. Welcome to Casey
Like
Kasem on
Scoob.
Scoob.
I can't even do it. I
Hey,
can't even do it.
even though I grew up with the original, I still think that I love Linda Cardellini as Velma.
Ah,
I have a thing for Linda Cardellini ever since Freaks and Geeks.
I will
I
rewatch
still
that
do.
version.
Well, I'll tell you this, Paul.
Thank you.
She is a very gorgeous
Oh yeah, I love her.
actress,
so much.
actually.
I mean, Sarah Michelle Gellar is very pretty.
Mhm.
I love that she's been married to Freddie Prinze Jr.
I
for
did.
like 20 years.
I did have a crush. Had a crush on Sarah Michelle Gellar back when she was Buffy. I even had like have her shirt.
I
and
mean,
a lot of her
especially
photos.
in that first Scooby Doo movie when she's doing the freaking. I don't even know what you call it.
Yeah.
When Sarah Michelle Gellar is trying, she goes up in the air and kicks and knocks that guy through that vent.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
what point I'm trying to make is Matthew Lillard. They get him to play Shaggy in the live action movie,
Mhm.
and then he's so good that from that point on, he is Shaggy in everything Scooby Doo.
Mhm.
I mean, you know what Matthew Lillard does a lot of is conventions. I've noticed he goes to a lot of
I hear
conventions.
he's a very chill dude.
He is. I mean, is he the greatest actor of all time? No, but we know that. There's actually a Loungefly bag of them eating munchies or something. It's called Scooby Doo Snacks. I kind of want it. Yes, Freaks and Geeks was only on for one season, which I'm kind of like, why? It was a good show to me, in my opinion. I wish it would have had another season, but we
Yeah.
got to see some good people on there. Linda Carlini was on there. Jane Franco.
Yeah,
Seth Rogen, I think, was
Seth
on it.
Rogen,
Linda
Jason
Cardellini
Segel.
was also in a Twilight Zone episode.
John
Fun
Francis
fact.
Daly.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys knew that, but Linda Cardellini was also in a Twilight Zone episode.
Mhm.
Missy Phillips
Though
was
I
in it,
don't
too.
remember what it was about. I just know she was in.
You must be really old because that show got canceled in 1964.
No, the 2002 series.
Well, Freaks and Geeks, they had it on Netflix, right? So I watched the entire whole season, which is only one season.
Well, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Twilight Zone at least had like 3.
They had several reboots throughout the years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Twilight Zone, but that scared me
I
as a
love
kid.
how the freaking 80s series, episode 1, you get probably, if not the
Nice.
first, one of the earliest Bruce Willis acting roles.
Oh, Bruce Willis, yeah.
But
He spent a lot.
I loved like for the longest time that how Linda Cardellini kept herself looking so young throughout for many years. Like
Yeah.
because because Freaks and Geeks was like what 1994, 1995.
No, I think it
And-
was late 90s.
Really?
Let me look it
And
up.
then she did Scooby Doo and the Scooby Doo movies. She was fabulous in those movies, and then she also was in Legally Blonde. I also loved her in that movie too.
1999.
Wow.
Because I remember when it came out, I was a junior in high school.
And then, but but I was like totally in love with her. I just totally love me Samantha Carlini.
I know how
And it
you
made me-
feel.
And it made me so happy when she joined the Marvel Cinematic Universe as Lana Barton, Clint Barton's wife.
No, I
Apparently,
totally.
she was also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well.
Yeah, I totally know how you feel. I was so in love with Leonardo DiCaprio. I watched all his movies. Had so many books on him.
She was also good in that show that she did with Christina Applegate. I think it's called Dead to Me.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. 2001. What we're talking about, 2001, because that show came. Freaks and Geek came out in '99, and it was canceled by 2000. But it did launch the careers of a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Seth Rogen went on to do a lot of movies. James Franco, he's kind of, been canceled.
Yeah,
But he did a lot of movies.
James Franco was a big deal back then because he was in the original Spider-Man trilogy. For God's
Not
sake.
gonna lie, he's a good-looking dude.
And John Francis Daly, like he
went on to do
really
Bones.
took off because he did before Bones. He did that movie Waiting with
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds and Anna Faris. Then he did Bones, and then he wrote and directed Spider-Man: Homecoming.
Yeah,
um,
but
for the
you know,
MCU.
it launched a lot of people's careers.
Yeah.
If you think about it, the best thing that Seth Rogen done, in my opinion, I still love it to this day, is Superbad. I just love that movie. The McLovin scene where he gets a fake card. He goes, McLovin? He goes, yeah, it was either that or Muhammad, which is a very popular name. He goes, how is Muhammad a good name? Or Muhammad a good name? Oh my God, I gotta watch it again. Gilligan's Island. I love Gilligan's Island. That's my comfort show right there, Gilligan's Island. I'm sure probably Tim has it on DVD.
I don't.
No?
I may have
I mean-
one. I have one season. I recently found season 2 for like 99 cents at my Salvation Army, so I bought it.
Oh,
I
totally.
only have season 2.
I used to watch that show religiously as a kid. When I was a kid, don't judge me, but I thought the professor was very good looking.
And
Don't judge
then
me.
if-
Don't judge me.
If you watch Gilligan's Island on MeTV, they've colorized season 1.
Mhm. Yeah, but that show came on Channel 11 out here, and I used to watch that every week. That and I Love Lucy. This one show with Pierce Brosnan, I used to watch it on TV called,
Remington Steele.
Yep. I like that. There was a lot of shows.
I
Oh,
love that show, and I remember
Green.
watching that show, saying to myself, "Look at, one day he's gonna become the next James Bond. It's like, mark my words, people. Pierce Brosnan will become the next James Bond," and he did. He did become the next James Bond. I was
Let's
like,
be.
Yes, I got it.
Let's be really honest. I'm a total Gilligan and you're a total Skipper. Dusty's a Skipper. And if anybody's the
Is there
professor,
even one cast member from that show that is still alive?
yeah, Tina Louise. The rest of them are dead. No, wait. Dusty's
No,
not Skipper. Dusty's
Hmm?
not Skipper. He's not Skipper. He's the millionaire guy. Yeah. I mean, Marianne died in 2020, right, of COVID? The one who played Marianne? Yeah.
She was my favorite.
I loved her.
I-
We need, Dusty's right, we need to go watch that show. We need to all, get together in a stream and watch that show. From start to finish.
We need to watch this. I'm feeling excited about it now.
I've seen it already. You know, there's some things I've seen it once, I'll never see it again, and that's how I feel about Help. But Gilligan's Island,
But
Yeah, I don't love Help. A lot of
There-
people, it's their favorite Beatle movie.
there
Not
is no
me.
there is no better Beatles movie than Help.
No, Hard Day's Night is so much better.
I respect what a Hard Day's Night
Help
did
is
for
Help
the
is
film
a little
industry.
bit goofy. I mean, it's actually a lot goofy, and it's why I don't.
Yeah,
like
but it's the perfect middle ground between A Hard Day's Night being a classic
nice.
and
I
the
don't-
strangeness that would go into play with Magical Mystery Tour.
I don't do goofy, so that's why.
Nah,
I don't-
Dusty.
Well, Help is the
okay.
response to the Beatles just trying to make a comedy film.
Well,
You can
Hard
say
Day's
it.
Night is a comedy. I hate to tell you, it's pretty funny.
Yeah, but it definitely plays it a lot more straight in that one.
I'm sorry, but I feel like the best movie is Let It Be, because where else are you gonna see George Harrison be like, "Well, I'll play whatever you want me to play, or I won't play what if you don't want me to. Just let me know what you want me to do. I'll do it."
Yeah.
Two of us riding nowhere, spending someone's heart away.
Nah.
You and I have memories longer than the road stretches out. I love that part.
Never seen that movie.
No, but on seriousness, I have to say I do love Help more. But even though, no, Help, I still have to go with Help. But Hard Day's Night is one of those movies that I just rarely have the drive to see. I think like if I would categorize it, I think I will go from Help to Yellow Submarine, Let It Be, Magical Mystery Tour, then A Hard Day's Night.
Now, my
Wow.
favorite.
Hard
Wait,
Day's
wait,
Night.
wait, Paulina, I was a little
Hard Day's
distracted.
Night.
How are you ranking them? How are
Huh?
you ranking them, Paulina? I was a little distracted because my dog, he's concerning me because he's making noises that sounds like he's on his deathbed. But what were you saying, Paulina?
I was sort of like ranking them on what I would prefer to watch first over the other ones. But
Wait.
then again,
Uh, uh,
I love me the Beatles anthology. I love watching the Beatles anthology. It's a great series.
right. But did you say that your that the one that at the top of your list on Beatles movies that you would want to watch the most, it's actually Help?
Yes.
We have another fan.
I like Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club with the Bee Gees.
For me,
No, you
I-
don't. That is garbage.
And
I love it.
I studied film. Okay, that's what I went to school for. For me,
Paulina, please
forget it. I'm not going to talk
Please tell me I'm
anymore.
not crazy by
No,
saying
let
that
Tim-
Sgt. Pepper
let
movie
Tim
is
fin-
bad.
finish.
Mason, let Tim talk.
Let Tim
Sorry.
finish. Oh,
Sorry.
Mason. Let Tim finish his sentence. God damn it.
Well then, I
Tim was on to something good.
yeah.
Don't interrupt him when he's talking.
Come back, Tim.
Come back, Tim.
I'm just
Yeah.
gonna let myself out.
There you go.
Tim needs to finish this.
Mason, you have a habit of just talking when other people are talking in the middle of a sentence, and everybody does it, but most people may realize you're doing it, and then they shut up and let the other person finish.
Right.
You just go on. You just go on and on and on.
Yeah, that's a weakness of mine.
It gets old.
Hmm.
I was just gonna say that for me, judging every film made in the '60s, Hard Day's Night is in my top 10 films of the '60s. Period. I just think it's a masterpiece. It's a low budget masterpiece, and it was a really low budget film too.
Yeah.
But they
I
did
saw it recently.
so much with what they had.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
I mean, I saw it recently thanks to Dusty. And I have to say, it's a good movie. It's a good movie.
Because it's shot like a documentary, okay? But
Yeah.
there's these surreal moments that pop up too, like Lennon disappearing in the bathtub, or the Beatles outside the train running, and you see them through the window outside. You know, there's these surreal moments that no way could happen, but it just it was revolutionary at the time. Nobody was making movies like that.
I
Nobody.
mean,
It
I
was-
mean, would you say there's some surreal moments in "Give My Regards to Broad Street"?
no.
Yes, but
Oh
all
yeah, Silly Love
surreal.
Songs is surreal. Silly Love Songs is you can't get it beats Magical Mystery Tour for just weirdness.
And
I'm raising my hand because I would like to say something without interrupting somebody else.
okay,
Something I wanted to add to what Tim was saying about A Hard Day's Night. You started seeing some of that surreal stuff in that, and then you see a whole movie full of it in this.
But that's what I don't like about it. It's not it, the whole it's it's Hard Day's Night is a comic book, and I've never been a comics guy, and maybe that's why I don't like it so much. You know, Hard Day. Help should have been a comic book. They should have made a Help comic book. I don't think they ever did, but somebody missed the boat on that. They should have turned Help into a comic book because it's what it is. Help is a comic book.
I mean,
I-
have they made comic books of the Beatles? I mean, like
Yeah,
about
but they
the
didn't do it. They
albums?
should have done a Help one specifically because it is a comic book. I mean, it would have been a great comic book.
Yeah,
I just think I don't know why I love it so much. I maybe it's just that A Hard Day's Night. You know, they're basically it's a good movie. I'm not hating on it, but you don't really see very many locations with them outside
Well,
of.
no, because they didn't
Well,
have a
that's the thing.
budget. They didn't have a
No.
budget, and part of the reason they would do a second movie, well, they signed a contract, but they said, okay, we'll take you to the Bahamas and we'll take you to Switzerland to go skiing, and they're like, okay, we'll do that, and you know, because it was a vacation for them.
I think
But-
Richard Lester knew that for their next film they had to be bigger.
Well,
I-
it's not up to him, you know. He's not in charge of the budget, you know. But for me, it's just there's not as many. There's only like one scene that I even find remotely humorous in Help. I don't find
Yeah.
it funny. That's the problem. It's supposed to be comedy, and I don't find it funny. The only thing I find funny in Help is they're off to rescue Ringo or something like that, and they've been on bikes, and they're all parked, and Paul whistles for his bike, and it just falls over. That's the only part in the whole movie that I find funny.
I mean, as a casual Beatles fan, and I've seen 3 of the movies, I think that Help and Hard Day Night is better than Magical Mystery. Because I watched Magical Mystery Tour, I was like,
Well, yeah,
What the
Magic
heck?
Mystery Tour is just a
Magic
series
all
of-
Mystery
over the
Yeah.
place. All over the
It-
place with that
It doesn't
movie.
even have a script, so yeah.
No, yeah.
I think
What?
the reason why I gravitate to Help is mainly because I feel like a lot of the songs in A Hard Day's Night, the Beatles have performed live on stage, so there's like a lot of footage of the Beatles doing A Hard Day's Night, them doing Can't Buy Me Love, them doing If I Fell, and a lot of other live stuff of them doing like, And I Love Her, Happy Just Dance With You and stuff like that. Whereas I feel like none of the songs from Help was really performed live. Like that Help is like the only place where you're gonna see a performance of them doing The Night Before, Another Girl, I Need You, You Got to Hide Your Love Away. Even though there's always gonna be like a lot of performances of them doing Help and Ticket to Ride. A lot of the other songs they never really did live.
Well,
Yeah.
you're looking at it from a modern perspective because back in 1964, 98% of the people alive that went and saw Help never saw the Beatles perform any of those songs either.
Yeah.
I mean, you're looking at it from a modern perspective where now we have all this footage that you can see and stuff, but you couldn't then. You know, none of those songs were worn out or anything in
No.
1964. They were all. My only criticism in Help, and I understand why they did it, I just they did it to put in a huge hit in case Help and I Can't Buy Me Love weren't hits. But I don't think She Loved. They cut I'll Cry instead, and instead they put in She Loves You. And I think that to me that's the only mistake because She Loves You is the only old song featured in the film. There are other older songs in the film, but they're not really featured like
That's
She
right.
Loves
Because
You
isn't
is.
that yeah? I'll cry instead, which a longer version with it's either an extra verse or a repeated verse
It's
is actually
repeated.
featured on the United Artists
Yeah,
soundtrack.
yeah, no, because the album was already done before the movie was finished editing. So it was on the album, but it wasn't featured in the film. They cut it out.
Here's a
Um,
question for everybody.
Mm,
I think it's better than it should be.
I mean,
yeah.
I saw it. It's interesting.
I mean, I don't get why the Stones hated their performance. Yeah, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning before
Yeah.
they went on. It was really late, and they were tired. But I think the Stones' performance is good. Is the Who's better? Yes, but it's not like it's bad or anything like that. I think the Stones' performance is as good as I forget the Plastic Max.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and Jethro Tull's really good too, considering how early of a performance it is for them.
I would like to make a quick comment on Dusty's comment. Um, yeah, I don't remember that close up of Paul, but I do remember on the bus when they're going to the freaking strip club, they do a close up on Ringo, and he either looks stoned as fuck or drunk off his ass.
Wow. I might have to watch this movie high if that's a good way to enjoy it.
I don't. There may be a scene with Paul looking that way too, but Ringo, like his head is slightly tilted and he's got this big smile on his face. I'm like, yeah, he's either drunk off his ass or stoned or something.
Here's a good question. What's your favorite documentary that was made by about a band or a musician that you've seen
Hmm.
within, like, I don't know.
Well, I'll be the last to answer because y'all all know my answer.
Yeah, well, I know your answer.
Hmm.
Or one that you've seen recently that you really enjoyed. That you're like, wow, that's a good documentary.
I think they're the one that I feel like everybody should try to see. It's called Artifact. Now
Ah,
it's about the band 30 Seconds to Mars when they were recording the album that will become This Is War.
yeah.
But what I love about that documentary is that around that time they were they're having legal issues with EMI because EMI was suing 30 Seconds to Mars for $30 million, and because I think 30 Seconds to Mars wanted to end their contract with EMI because something about like some type of loophole that they kind of found in a California law where you cannot be bound by a contract for more than 8 years. But they were in dispute with EMI because EMI was like, no, we signed you up for 8 years, but you still owe us X amount of albums and stuff. So you have to give us about 2 or 3 more albums before we could let you out of your contract. So there were like it showed like the internal fighting between them and EMI. Plus, plus it also gave you an insight of what was going on with EMI at that time because there's like this man named Guy Hands who owned this company called Terra Firma, and Terra Firma he brought in Terra Firma. They bought EMI thinking that okay, I feel like I could turn this company around, make it even better, but he actually made the company worse by suing a lot of the artists, and it got to the point where there's like a lot of these artists that were leaving EMI. One of them being Paul McCartney. Which you never ever think that Paul would ever leave EMI, considering that he's been with them since 1962.
Yep.
So it showed you how many artists were having so many issues with the parent company, and then it shows you like how at the end EMI basically broke up after many years of being known as the world's greatest recording organization. You know, there were no more. And so it tells you, it breaks it down. It breaks it down everything on like how that whole process went down with not only 30 Seconds to Mars, but what was going on with EMI. And it was really cool to see like a lot of people that participated in it. Like you have, forgot that guy's name. His name is Brandon. He's from Incubus.
Brandon Boyd.
Yeah, Brandon Boyd. And you also have Chester Bedingfield. He's in it as well. He's talking about like, you know, what Linkin Park had to go through, and the Mac, I think his name is Mac Cush from OK Go. He's talking as well.
Yeah.
So it's a great documentary. If you really want to know really about how the demise of EMI happened, watch Artifact.
I'll look into it.
Mine, I recommended this to Dusty like a week ago or something like that. I'm Trying to Break Your Heart by Wilco. They set out just to make an album or a documentary of Wilco making the album that was supposed to break them.
Yeah.
But we got so much more because Wilco's label turned down the album, but they were nice enough, which never happens. They let him keep the master tapes and shop it to somebody else, which never ever happens because they paid for the master tapes. But they let Wilco keep the master tapes and release them from the contract. And ironically, they got signed to None Such, which was a subsidiary of the label they were already with. But and then they wind up firing like the second like guy in Wilco, you know, the number 2 guy in Wilco. They fire him during the making of this documentary. You know, it's all this stuff happens, and it's just they just happen to be there, you know, and it's a really good and it's funny. You know, you see what's going on, but it's funny at the same time. And they got a brand new drummer. I mean, the cameras are there the first day the drummer shows up, you know, because they just fired Ken Krumer before that, and then the cameras start rolling, and then here's a new drummer. And it's really and that drummer is still with Wilco, and this was the Yankee Hotel Foxtrot album, whenever that came out. That drummer is still with Wilco, so apparently that worked out. But anyway, it's a really good, funny, touching, and point, and you get to see, you know, the inside of how all this stuff works, like Bonnie was saying in her documentary. It's really good.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. That is my favorite Wilco album. But Yankee Foxtrot Hotel.
Yankee Hotel Foxtrot. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good album.
I have something I would like to say, please.
What?
I just want to apologize for not only earlier, but any other time that I have ever like cut someone off, but like to the point where I know I'm cutting them off and I don't stop talking. And I just want to say I apologize.
Mason, it's fine. Just be aware of it. That's it. That's it. I don't want to.
I am aware of it. Sometimes I just
be aware of it and
just get a little carried away. And my plan was not to come on here and bring the stream down and make sure people want to leave on my behalf.
It's fine, Mason.
It's been said and done. It's been said and done.
Yeah.
I just feel like I owed an apology.
Yeah. So. You know, it's a documentary I liked that I watched recently was that Lost Weekend one with May Pang. I liked it. It kept my...
I still haven't seen it.
It kept my... I won't spoil it for you, but it kept my attention, and that's hard to do.
Well, I'm sure. Well, it's a fascinating story.
It is.
I mean, it's weird. It's a weird story. I mean, you've got this superstar's wife sends her husband away, but picks out the woman that he wants him to sleep with and sends her away with him. It's weird. It's just weird. Who does this?
But
Yeah.
Nobody else.
to
I mean,
to
yeah.
also bring up Lisa's comment she made earlier,
what?
the Sergeant Pepper Bee Gees movie sucks. So I can't believe
I
you
was
listened.
I was joking about that. Do you really think I like that movie? I was
Oh,
more
there's
I-
worse
I was just
movies.
making sure. I was just making sure
I've
because
seen
it's not
worse
well liked
movies.
among the Beatles community.
I want to answer Hopfrog's question. I don't really pay attention to their music videos, so I really wouldn't have anything to say about those music videos. But I do want to highlight Dwayne's comment, because I did see that documentary about 2 nights ago, Immediate Family. It's a great documentary about 4 of the biggest musicians that played on albums for people like James Taylor, Linda Ronstadt, Carole King, Don Henley, and many other people. And I really loved
Warren
it.
Zevon. Please don't
Yeah,
forget Warren Zevon.
Yes, Steven mentioned Warren Zevon in that. I don't know.
Well,
Did you
yeah,
see that
they're one of my favorite videos you can watch on YouTube. They made it during COVID, and it's still there. Is the Immediate Family covering Werewolves of London?
Is that the only
Yeah.
song they have though? Like Warren Zevon, is that really the only song he has?
No, Warren is frigging boo boo boo. Warren is fantastic.
I'm sure he is. I don't doubt it. But I'm just saying, the only Warren Zevon song that has ever popped up that I've heard before is "Werewolves of London."
And what I loved about that Immediate Family was, like, one of the people that I've heard about throughout the years was Danny Kortchmar, and or Koch, as everybody calls him. And it was cool to hear his story. Apparently, he was in a band back in 1965, 66, and they opened up for Peter and Gordon, and he became best friends with Peter Asher.
Mhm.
And so he kept Peter Asher's number throughout the years, and then all of a sudden, Danny Kortchmar was in a band with James Taylor, and they did some things together in New York. And then James Taylor was like, I wanted to I want to go try my luck in London. I'm gonna go out over there. So Danny Kortchmar was like, okay, if you're gonna go to London, here's a phone number for a friend of mine. Call him once you get there. So he gives him Peter Asher's number, and then he gets to England and he calls James Taylor calls Peter Asher. It's like, hey, Danny Kortchmar gave me your number, and he said, like, you're someone I should talk to about getting into the music
Excuse
scene
me.
here in London. And it was around that time that Peter Asher became the A&R person for Apple. So it was like, oh, good. So, Danny Kortchmar was the reason why James Taylor talked to Peter Asher, and then when Peter Asher moved to California to do Warner Brothers, he took James Taylor. Then Danny Kortchmar was there already because he was working with Linda Ronstadt and Carole King, and then they all reunited as friends and stuff. So it was really cool to see them. So yeah, watch the documentary Immediate Family. It's on Hulu. Everybody, you can see it for free on Hulu if you have Hulu.
I don't have Hulu.
Dusty, you forgot to put fact exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point at the end of your diatribe. You always have to put that in capital letters with your exclamation points.
Yeah.
Another good documentary I recommend people go see is Echoes in a Canyon.
Oh, that was a beautiful one.
There was one that I saw.
There's lots of good rock documentaries. There's hundreds of them, actually.
There was one that I saw that was kind of interesting and weird at the same time. I saw one about Ronnie Bingham.
I have Mayor of Sunset Strip.
Mm-hmm.
I have that DVD.
That actually interests me.
I just thought of another one and it slipped out of my. CNN made it. I forget what it's called. The one about Glenn Campbell when his last tour, when he's takes you through his Alzheimer diagnosis, through his final tour, through that's another frigging documentary that'll break your heart, but it'll also make you laugh at
Yeah.
the same time.
Paulina.
Good piece
Was that
of it.
called I'm Not Dead Yet?
Excuse me?
Was that called I'm Not Dead Yet?
No.
Let me look it up.
No. His. I don't think so. I forget what it was called though. I don't think it was called "I'm Not Dead Yet." It could have been, but I don't think so.
Oh, we got Dusty asking a very, very important question.
It's called I'll Be Me.
Yeah, it might have been called "I'll Be Me." Actually,
It says it came out in 2014 as he struggles
Yeah.
with Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah. And on tour, he's there's one scene where this is when they decided to end the tour. It was apparently the last show they did, and then they canceled. Glenn, he can still play guitar great, but he doesn't know lyrics to the songs, so they've got a teleprompter, and then after the lyrics end, they tell him, or maybe in the middle of the lyrics, like it tells him when to play a guitar solo or anything, 'cause they didn't remember. So they're doing, I forget what they're doing, Wichita Lineman or I don't know, one of his songs, and it says guitar solo, and he just starts wailing on his guitar. Like, what the and his kids that are all in the band, are just going, "Oh my God!" It is. You see his wife in the front row of the audience. It's just like, and that was it. That was the end. After that, they stopped the tour and they're like, "Okay, we're done." Oh man, but it's funny to see, but it's sad at the same time.
Okay, here's another one that I feel like everybody should see. And I remember seeing this years ago, and I love it. It's called Standing in the Shadows of Motown.
Ah.
And it talks about the Funk Brothers, the musicians that all played on countless hits. And it is true. They played on more #1 records than the Beatles, the Beach Boys, the Rolling Stones, and Elvis Presley, which is true because they played so many.
Speaking of that, there's a good one on the Wrecking Crew too. But the thing is that I think somebody should have done a third one, and they never have. And the third one should be basically the MGs, the Stax people that played on all the Atlantic records. They're on all of Aretha's albums. They're on all of Otis's albums. They're on all the Booker T and the MGs albums. They're on countless artists' records.
They did. It's called Muscle Shoals.
Oh, really? I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's amazing. You got to see it. They have the guys there, and they talk about everything, like how they went from Fame Studio to Muscle Shoals Studio. They worked with Aretha on Respect and Otis Redding and all these people.
Meanwhile, the core of the band is the MGs, which a lot of people don't even know. The core of the Blues Brothers band was the MGs. People don't even know this. All those years later, who the Blues Brothers get for their band? The MGs. Without Booker T, but it was the rest of them.
Well, it's not the one I'm talking about. Muscle Shoals. It's not about the MGs. It's not about those two guys. It's about the other guys that played on a lot of the Aretha Franklin albums. These were
but I'm saying somebody should have done one on the MGs because they did more than just be the MGs.
Yeah,
I'm sure they're on a lot of Aretha records, but they're on all the Otis records. They even toured with Otis.
Yeah.
They're on a lot of the Atlantic records and Stax records, and just they're all over the place. And just usually without Booker T, but it would be the other three. I mean, and that's who was the Blues Brothers band. Even I don't think he stayed too long, but even the drummer, their first drummer was the drummer from Booker T and the MTs, and they had Donald Duck Dunn and why can't I think of his name?
Stephen Cooper.
Steve Cropper. Yeah, I mean that was the basis of the original Blues Brothers band. Was three guys from the MGs with other people, Matt Guitar Murphy and whoever else. Um, Pretty amazing. Paul Schaefer was the keyboard player originally. Um, yeah.
That makes me laugh when I think about Paul Schaefer, because like he first was doing the keyboards for like a lot of people, and then all of a sudden he then he's doing the thing for Saturday Night Live, and then he writes "It's Raining Men," and then he does something else. It's like this guy is like a wealth of talent.
You want to see a really rare Paul Schaefer record? Give me a second. I could not pass this up when I saw it.
Hey, Paulina, when you have time, read the private chat. I wanted to ask you this question, but I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
I'm looking to purchase CD, but I would look for a capital issue.
Like I want that album in my collection, but I would like a CD copy that has a good remaster of the original mix before they did the archive and did that remix. I want to hear it as it originally appeared in 1982.
I will go for a capital CD.
If you could send me a good link from Amazon, if you could find one that I could, that'd be much helpful.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I could find one.
But I'm not against the 2015 remix, but I want to be able to hear what the album originally sounded like. Because all I've heard is that remix outside of the versions of the songs that were released on that singles box set. I have heard the original mix of the Take It Away single, which I actually like better than the one that's on the archive.
Yeah.
I just think it's better mixed. The only thing I don't like is that it cuts off. I'm sure that was part of the single originally, but it cuts off the very end of the song where you have these rising background harmonies.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I could find it.
Because Tug of War is a fantastic McCartney album. I would actually argue Tug of War is better than Ram at times. And Here Today, maybe sorry George, you're my favorite Beatle, but as for Lennon tributes, Here Today by Paul McCartney takes the win on this one. And I think you would agree with me, Paulina.
They're equal. It's hard for me to decide which one I like best. I feel like both of them was.
Okay, let's ask Lisa the question. Lisa.
What?
All those years ago or Here Today?
I don't know. I've never seen any of those.
No, All Those Years Ago by George Harrison or Here Today by Paul McCartney, which was a better John Lennon tribute song?
I don't know. I have not listened to it. I'm being honest with you.
Records fell over.
Oh.
Give me a second. You guys don't have to, watch me.
No,
Wait,
no, no.
what
I'm
are we
not
about to?
watching you.
What are we about to show here? A Paul Schaefer
I
record?
could I can't find it because I can't remember what it's called. I was going to show you a very odd Paul Schaefer record,
Ah,
but there was a TV show. It only lasted. It probably didn't even last 13 episodes, and I can't remember the name of the show, and that's the name of the soundtrack. And I got it. I went and I thought I knew it, and I don't. But it was Paul Schaefer. And what's the guy's name that was in BJ and the Bear? Anybody have any idea? Greg Effigan. So
oh.
so I was right. Okay, maybe I'll look again.
Mhm.
Maybe I didn't go far enough. But no, I didn't go far enough. Let me go look at. Now I got it at least. The show was called Greg and Paul, and they were supposedly these two struggling songwriters. And it's probably terrible. I don't think I've ever seen the show, but I do have the soundtrack album. Let me go look again because I think I know what it is.
Yeah.
But while he's doing that, Paulina, I would like to pick your McCartney brain a little bit more because I'm curious.
Mhm.
As far as the '80s albums go, which would you say like rank them from best to worst?
Oh, I could do this. I could do this. Number one for me, Flowers in the Dirt. Number two, Tug of War. Number three, Press to Play. Number. Fuck, where was I?
I could imagine the Russian album is pretty low.
Okay, after Press to Play, it's McCartney 2. Then number 5, it's Pipes of Peace. Number 6, Give My Regards to Broad Street.
And where does the Russian album play?
Oh shit.
Last place?
No. Russian album will be higher. I think Russian album will be after Press to Play.
Yeah, but didn't Run Devil Run do it better?
Paul was in better voice during the Russian album. I'll say that much for it. And I think his song choices were better, actually.
Yeah.
I prefer the Russian album.
And also, I don't think that Pipes of Peace should be like number 1 or 2, but why so low? I mean,
Because it's really boring and there aren't any good songs on it.
well, I can name a few really good songs on it, like Keep Under Cover, probably.
Keep Undercover is the only thing that's upbeat on it at all besides Say.
Yeah.
Through Our Love is a great closing ballad.
Through Our Love is nice, but on Press to Play he would do only Love Remains, which is way better than Through Our Love.
Press to Play is definitely it. I consider Press to Play an underrated classic.
Yeah.
I don't like the production on it. Anyway, I did find it.
Ah.
And there's Paul. They actually did a soundtrack. It's terrible. It's really, really terrible. And yeah, there you go. And I'm looking. They're both keyboard players. It's like, well, wait, it's a 2-man band, and you both play keyboards. You haven't really thought this out, have you?
They're the early Depeche Mode.
They're Franti and Teicher. And it's a promotional copy, yeah, because they didn't know you didn't sell one, probably.
Yeah.
I don't want to see what. Oh, and we have a treat, ladies and gentlemen. It's on Casablanca. There you go.
So that is both a movie and a record label.
No, it's a record label. It's not really a movie label. They may have made a couple films, but it's a record label.
Casablanca is a movie.
Yeah, they made.
Yes.
It's the name. Casablanca is a place.
Yep.
I
They
don't,
named a movie after it, and they named a record label after it. But Casablanca is a place.
No, they made a movie about the record label. About
Oh,
2 years ago. They made a
well,
movie.
maybe, but I think Mason's talking about Humphrey Bogart.
I've
No, he's talking about the movie that they made about it.
no, I'm talking about the old freaking black and white
He's
movie.
talking about Humphrey
Casablanca.
Bogart. And the series is called A Year at the Top, by the way.
Mhm.
Yeah, 1940s film. Yeah.
Yeah, 41. And yeah, so that's my rarest Paul or Schaefer item. Because I'm a huge Paul Schaefer fan. I'm a huge David Letterman fan, and to me, Paul Schaefer was just the coolest guy. He's a cool nerd, which is hard to do. He's an extremely nerdy guy, but he's an extremely cool nerd. So yeah, that's,
He's pretty funny too. I love him in Spinal Tap. He was the guy that was supposed to promote them.
oh
and
yeah.
He's fucking up, and they're like, "I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Here, do this for me. I insist. Please, kick my ass. Please, hit me." I was like, "Easy is funny." I didn't realize that he could be so funny.
He's in what the heck the name? What was that movie that the guy that was always on Letterman made? Chris Elliott. What was his movie?
Good question. I've heard of the guy.
It's
Oh.
it's about a boat. Goes he signs up for crew on a boat.
Rock
What
the
the hell
boat.
is the name of that movie? I'm sure I have it. Anyway, Letterman's in it. My favorite scene is with Letterman, but Schaefer's in it too. They're both in Chris Elliott's movie. It's the only movie Letterman's ever been in, I think, is this movie.
Cabin
And
Boy.
he's like, "Want to buy a monkey? I got a monkey. Want to buy a monkey?" That's all Letterman's.
Dave says Cabin Boy. Is that it?
Cabin Boy, yes, Cabin Boy is the name of the movie, and Letterman and Schaefer are both in it. Letterman is my favorite part of the movie.
I forgot.
I bought it just for his minute-long scene because it's my favorite part of the movie. Terrible movie.
Oh, Amazon, why are you making this so difficult? I want to get. Is it true that if you buy, because I'm on Amazon, right, and I searched Paul McCartney CD because I need to have more than just press to play by him on CD. The first thing that pops up is Band on the Run, and $19 for a CD, and it looks like it might be the archive release. But then I remember, as one the earlier archive releases are mostly out of print. So
No, it's the new one that they just did last year, Mason, with a whole CD of outtakes. That's going to be the one. 2 CD sets. This 2 is going to be not outtakes, sort of minimal mixes. They found the tape before they'd added overdubbed and stuff, so it's basic tracks of Band on the Run before they added the overdubs. Is what it is.
well, but point is, I'm getting to just using Band on the Run as an example. How do I know if I order?
There's a description. Every CD has a description. Read that description. It's going to be about 1.5 to 2 inches long. It's down a little bit. Read that description, and it will tell you exactly what it is.
I just want to make sure, for example, if I'm ordering Band on the Run 2010 archive on CD from Amazon, I'm actually getting that.
Well, read the description, and you will get it. If it's not, then you can return it, but you will get it. But you have to. The description tells you what it is.
Like, this is where John and George make it easier. It's like they're, by and large, there's only one CD version of their album, actually 2 for the most part. There's either that 50th anniversary release or there's the remaster, the regular remaster.
Well, there's the originals too. They're out of print, but I'm sure there's more than one version of the CD.
All I want to make sure is that what I order is going to sound good on my system.
I'm sure it will.
The CDs all sound good to one degree or another. I'm not saying there's no bad CDs, and I'm not saying some CDs don't sound better than others, but CDs are CDs and they sound good.
I wanted to respond to Dave's comment. I do remember that show, Get a Life, and
Yeah.
the cool thing about that show is the theme song is "Stand" by REM, and that's how I remember that song. I love that song, and I always think about that show when I hear it.
Well, for me, the cool thing about that show is that the guy that played his dad was really his dad, and his dad is Ray, as of the famous Bob and Ray radio guys from like the 50s and 60s, whatever. Ray Elliott is his dad, and he played his dad on the show, and I always thought that was because Bob and Ray were great, and I mean, I never cared for Chris Elliott. I didn't care for his brand of humor, but he's a fairly funny guy, though. I didn't like what he did with it, but
Yeah.
he
He had
his biggest role is probably in Something About Mary, and I both love him and hate him in it because he's good in it, but you don't like the guy, but you're not supposed to. So he's good at what he's doing exactly what he's supposed to do, but you don't like him.
I thought his big role was in Groundhog Day.
If it's not an important role in Groundhog Day, is it? I mean,
He was the cameraman for Bill Murray.
yeah, but I don't remember him having that much to do. Where he's sort of the catalyst for a lot of stuff that happens in There's Something About Mary.
Yeah.
Well, in the movie, Groundhog Day is like he was the cameraman. He was working for them, and then I think there's a scene where of the many times that Bill Murray tries to kill himself, and he's in the morgue, and Chris Elliott was like, he was going through some problems, but we love him. and they're trying to do like the whole thing where Bill Murray was trying to like finally become like a cool guy on town, and they did like this whole bachelor kind of auction, and so you see Chris Elliott right there, and he's trying to be on the auction block, and he's trying to show like how cool he is, but I think one girl just paid $10 for him.
Yeah. I mean, isn't his daughter's on SNL? Or is that the Chris Elliott we're talking about?
Is that his daughter?
Yep. Abby
Yeah.
Elliott.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she's on SNL.
Huh.
She's okay. If we're talking about
Well,
SNL, I like the...
Clearly, there's a family tradition going on because that's at least 3 generations in show
Yep.
business.
Yep.
But,
I like...
yeah, that was one thing I liked about Chris Elliott being a semi-regular on Letterman is that Bob and Ray were on there a couple times, and I'm sure they were on there because of Chris Elliott.
Yeah.
That connection.
Yeah. I was like thinking he was in another movie, but it turns out it wasn't him.
Yeah, those are the only movies I can think of. But it's funny that we say his best 2 roles weren't the movie that he starred in.
I'm trying to remember that one movie he was in.
He did have a recurring role in Everybody Loves Raymond. He played the brother of Brad Garrett's wife, who become his wife.
See, I don't like Everybody Loves Raymond, so
Yeah.
I've only seen a couple episodes. And it's a shame because I really like Patricia Heaton, but I didn't like a lot of the other people.
What was going on was like for like the longest time, everybody was trying to make it seem as if Patricia Heaton was being like a bitch in the show. Her character was like the bitch in the show. But when you really watch Everybody Loves Raymond, you could sympathize with her because Raymond is kind of a tool.
Yeah.
He is like, he's like a lazy ass. He doesn't do anything around the house. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, at times.
and on top of that, the mother-in-law, Doris Roberts, I didn't like her as well. I feel like she was conniving all the time.
No,
Yeah.
well, I don't like her as an actress either. But
Only people that I liked in that show was Patricia Heaton. I love Brad Garrett. Brad Garrett's one of my favorite actors.
he's okay. I like, I can't remember his name now, but the guy from Young Frankenstein, his father.
Peter-
We're talking about Peter Boyle.
Yeah,
Peter
Peter Boyle. I mean,
love
I like him. I thought he was a good actor.
He did I thought he did a good job playing the old cranky grandpa.
But Patricia Heaton's deal, and they kept, is they try to downplay her attractiveness, and she's a very attractive woman, and I think she got tired of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she's a very attractive woman, and they wouldn't let her be an attractive woman on the show, and she didn't like that.
No. I liked her in The Middle. That was funny. I don't know if you guys seen that show, The Middle.
No, I've seen The Middle. The Middle was very quirky.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
My favorite character was Brick. I don't know, something about
So,
Brick.
is the Middle and Malcolm in the Middle, are they the same
No.
show?
No.
No. The Middle is basically about this family that lives in the suburbs of like Indiana. Sue is an overachiever. Her brother is kind of like lazy. And then Brick wants to be like the smart know-it-all. I like the scene one time when Brick goes to the library and he has to return that book to Betty White. And Betty White's like, this book, you're missing this book. So Brick went and he checked out the book from a different library. And then he returned it to Betty White. Yeah. And the scene where Sue gets stood up at the prom, or she's working at that Spud place.
Mhm.
I didn't like that one guy that she got with in the show, or she tried to get with. I thought he was Dylan or something. Not Dylan, Brad. Yeah, I was like, ugh. Wait, not Brad. I forgot what the other one is. The one that was kind of like, I don't want to say slow, but yeah.
I've only ever seen a few episodes, but I liked what I saw.
Yeah. You gotta love the dad. It's just, the dad is very, like your typical dad. And the mom, typical mom. She had like there was one episode where they had all these pictures on their computer and it breaks down. And they couldn't get it back. And Sue's like, no!
The dad's funny. His name is Ted Huss. Before he did The Middle, he did Scrubs. The one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Was Zach Braff and Donald Faison. I love Scrubs.
See, I don't love Scrubs at all. I find it annoying almost. I could have bought. They had the entire series at my Salvation Army a couple weeks ago for $1, a season, and I left them there. I'm like, no. I thought about it, and I'm like, no.
Yeah.
I didn't love it, so I didn't. I left it there for someone else.
Yeah.
I could see why some people liked it, but there's parts in it that I did like. I know that Ted McGinney's brother in the show was Brendan Fraser. He appeared in a couple of episodes, and I think in one of the episodes he was dying. So it's still Ted McGinley on a pain, going from being like the smart ass asshole to actually being a caring guy, which you never see Ted McGinney.
You guys want to know a show that I loved that you'd probably be surprised that I loved, but I thought it was almost subversive in a way. That's why I liked it so much. I loved Cougar Town. Anybody
Ah.
ever see Cougar Town?
No.
I've heard of it, and I think I remember. It's a slightly older show, sitcom,
Funny
but
as hell.
I've never seen an episode, but I remember. I know what you're talking about, Tim. I remember back in the day seeing the advertisements for it.
And it's one of these shows that even changed networks for its third season because it got dropped by the major networks, and I forget, like TBS or one of these other networks picked it up. And again, budget slash, so it's never quite as good. But it was. If you don't know what it is, it's what Courtney Cox did after Friends.
Yeah.
And she's in it, and I forget her name. But the woman from the Drew Carey show, Drew's best friend, she's in it, and she plays a completely different character, and they're great. It's just really fun, very subversive. Courtney Cox is divorced, and her husband lives on a boat, but he lives on a boat in the middle of a parking lot. It's not on water or anything. It's just on a trailer in a parking lot. And that's where her husband lives. And they have a son, but the son doesn't really do much. And the best friend, I forget her name, but the best friend was the cop in Third Rock. The blonde-haired lady?
Oh, Jane Curtin? No.
No, the cop. The one that played the cop in Third Rock.
Kristen something or other?
Yeah, she's in it. I think it's her. If it's not her, it was somebody very much like her. And it's just... It's funny, and every episode would open with some quote that's making a smart aleck remark about the show. The very first one is, here's a show called Cougar Town with no cougars in it. That's the kind of show it was, because everybody of cougar age in the movie was married or in a serious relationship. So nobody was ever chasing which a cougar is an older woman chasing a younger guy. There was none of that in the show ever.
Wow.
So it's pretty, I liked it. I thought it was very, very humorous.
How long ago was that show still on the air? I can't remember.
Well, it didn't start till after Friends. I know you're young, so that's a long time for you, but for me,
I actually vaguely remember new episodes of Friends still being on the air in the early 2000s.
Yeah, no, this is probably 2009, maybe. I don't know, 2008. Later 2000s, I think. And then it changed networks for a season. At least one, maybe two. I don't know. Maybe they did 2 seasons on another network. But I was reminded of it because the one woman who I think was drop dead gorgeous from Scrubs, that blonde woman, I don't know her name.
Sarah Clark.
She wound up being Courtney Cox's ex-husband's girlfriend in Cougar Town, and she changed so much I didn't recognize her, but I still looked at her and went, this is one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, even older. She was probably about 40 by that point in time.
Yeah.
And she changed a lot, but she was still just so attractive. I was like, holy crap. Anyway, great. If you ever get a chance to check out Cougar Town, it's actually really funny. Like one time they all hung out, and they had this neighbor that they wouldn't let in the house, but he would come to the kitchen window and hang out with them from the outside. They wouldn't let him in. It's that kind of show, And one time they're all hanging out doing something, and the phone rings. Not a cell phone, the landline, and they all freeze because nobody uses landlines anymore. So this has to be some sort of, it's bad. Whatever it is, this is going to be bad. They're all freezing. because the landline. It's that kind of show. It's very funny, very
I'll
good,
have to look
cutting edge.
into it.
Way funnier than Friends, I think. Very different than Friends. Very
I'm not like a big Friends fan.
sort of,
Friends ended when I was 4, and even at that point, even early on at that point, I remember Friends being on in the background of when I would just walk through rooms at my parents' house, and I would
Okay.
just remember it being there. I remembered the iconic theme song from the time and everything, but um,
Wow,
you
you
know,
were really young when it came out. 2004. I was 21, 22
but
when
yeah, I
Friends ended.
remember. I
40.
remember. I also do
Yeah.
remember hearing about Cougar Town back when it first premiered, but I don't think I ever watched an episode.
Well, no, you wouldn't have. You would have been way too young for Cougar Town.
Yeah.
But it's a funny show, especially the first 2 seasons.
Unpopular opinion: is Two Broke Girls good or bad?
And
I love it.
it was
I
okay.
I couldn't even stand to watch it. I tried watching an episode once, I turned it off. It wasn't for me.
Well, for one thing, Kat Dennings, it's hard. It's hard to tolerate her.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
don't
reason
know.
why
I liked her in that one movie with I can't remember people's names anymore. The guy from Arrested Development. They did that
Oh,
movie
Nora,
with
Nick and Nora's
yeah,
Infinite
Nick and
Playlist.
Nora's Infinite Playlist. I liked her
Yeah.
in that.
I've read that book.
I think she just she talks too much, and she's one of the biggest problems that people have with Thor: The Dark World. I think.
And she dated my man here.
Sorry, Paulina.
For 3 years.
I have to give you crap for that.
That's why I like her even more, because she was funny as Darcy Lewis in the MCU.
Yes,
She was
but-
funny in Thor Dark
Yeah.
World, and then you've seen her in WandaVision. She was very funny in that.
right, but she's funny to a point, and I say a point because you need to know how much screen time to properly give her, so
Yeah.
so that it doesn't become a problem with the film. And they gave her a decent amount of screen time in the first Thor movie, so she was all right there. But I felt like in Thor: The Dark World, she dominated it.
I think that's the reason why I saw Thor Dark World, because I felt like I felt kind of bored with Dark World. I feel like there's needed to be something there to continue to keep my attention to that movie. Or in other words, I never would have really watched it, and she kept my attention. That's why I ended up liking it.
Ragnarok's always going to be the best one by my standards.
But I also,
Ragnarok was
Yeah.
like, okay, let's do a
still
Guardians of the
came out in,
Galaxy style comedy Thor film.
she also came out in House Bunny. She was funny in that one too, and that's her with Emma Stone and Anna Faris.
Ah,
Yeah, that's who was in that movie, House Bunny, Anna Faris. And speaking of her, I really liked her in that series, Mom.
yeah.
I thought she played a good character in that series. I find that series to actually be much better than Two and a Half Men, despite being made by the same creator.
Yeah. I like 2.5 Men. I thought it was funny.
I like Two and a Half Men, but Mom was like the more play it safe version of Two and a Half Men without it being too safe.
Yeah. I don't know. I like the show.
I have to say that. Oh my god, what was I gonna say? Oh, Mom. I think the only reason why I liked Mom, because I'm an Allison Jennings fan.
I was about to get to that, and she really steals the show in that.
I love Allison Jennings in West Wing. I loved her in 10 Things I Hate About You. She's like a very, very funny woman. And so to see her in Mom was a treat for me, because I just love her. She's amazing. If she was a spirit animal, that would be me.
And is it true? Is it true, or am I just thinking it's true? Is it true that Chris Pratt actually was a guest star on Mom?
I don't know.
Paulina would know this if
A-
it's true or not.
Ask the question again.
Did Chris Pratt actually guest star on Mom?
It's possible.
Because
not-
if you know what I'm talking about, there is a guy that resembles him quite a bit. That's in an episode. And I'm like scratching my head. I'm like, that's got to be Chris Pratt. That's got to be Chris Pratt.
It probably was, and the weird thing about him and her was like she was a big star in that relationship. It's like she already done like the scary movies. She did Waiting. She did House Bunny, and she was doing this show. She was like the one that everybody knew, and she had like this husband named Chris Pratt, which everybody only knew at that point
Yeah,
as the boyfriend from Parks and Recreation.
I love Parks and Recreation.
But then this whole paradigm shift happened between them when he lost weight and then he became Star-Lord in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and then he was doing the Avengers movies, he was doing the Jurassic World movies, Passengers and everything, and then she was basically her career kind of dwindled down with Mom.
Hey,
Basically,
Paulina,
then he became the big thing, and she was no longer the big thing.
I just looked it up, and apparently I'm correct.
Yeah.
What? Ah,
That's cool. That Star Lord himself was actually in a sitcom series.
yeah.
Well, everybody starts somewhere. I mean, that's why I love 60s and 70s TV shows, because so many people that made it later show up. Perry Mason. Oh my God, Perry Mason had so many people that became famous later on, and it's not even funny. Rockford Files, you name it, you name the show, and you'll find these people on it that
Yeah.
became very famous later on in life. George Clooney did a bunch of sitcoms before. He got ER, which was the thing that made him famous.
Yeah.
That's David Cassidy. David Cassidy is in the most famous episode of Dragnet.
Ah,
Everybody. That's what you do. You pay your dues. You do TV.
Like I said earlier, what was cool about the first reboot of the Twilight Zone in 1985 was that the first episode was probably, if not the first, a very, very early Bruce Willis acting role.
Well, the original Twilight Zone did that. I mean, there's an original Twilight Zone with Robert Redford in it. I mean, there's.
Oh yeah, which one? Which one? That's interesting.
I don't know the name of it, but a
What's
cop
it about?
comes to try to kick the old lady out of her house, because they're tearing it down to put up an apartment building or whatever, and she's the last holdout. But spoiler. She's afraid, she won't let anybody in because she's afraid death is gonna come. But somehow the cop gets shot. Maybe she shoots him. I can't remember. So she drags him in and everything, and it turns out that he isn't a cop. He's deaf when he takes her.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who else.
What is it? All kinds of people.
Well, of course, probably most famously William Shatner.
Shatner
Twice.
did 3 or
Twice on
4.
the show.
Did 3 at least 3. Burgess Meredith did, I think, 4. Who else? There's so many people. Jack Klugman did at least 3. All kinds of people.
I don't know. The one I think about the most is William Shatner in the 2 episodes.
But all of those shows, then there's Outer Limits. Nimoy did a couple of Outer Limits. All of these kinds of shows and sitcoms and you name it. Now most of the sitcoms from the 60s they were going the has-been route rather than discovering new people. So you get, you get former famous people in a lot of, like
Yeah.
Gilligan's Island. Is every has-been in the world was on Gilligan's Island. um, but dramas and things like that, you got tons of up and comers.
Well, yeah, off the top of my head from that reboot, because I probably watched that one the most because I love that series, but not as much as the original series. That's still classic, but that's my favorite of the revivals is the '80s one because it's jam packed with so many big stars. I mean, you got Bruce Willis in the first episode, then you got
Yeah.
Melinda Dillon from A Christmas Story in the second episode. Hello, you got Morgan Freeman guest stars on it. I mean, just tons and tons of big Hollywood stars.
Well, one of my favorite things, I've talked about this before, there's an episode of the Rockford Files that has both Suzanne Summers and Farrah Fawcett in the same episode. It's like, holy crap! They're both unknowns at that point in time. Farrah Fawcett, I think, had done Myra Breckenridge at that point, but still, she wasn't famous or anything yet. And Suzanne Summers just does like a walk on or something. She drops her groceries or something, and he helps her, and something like that. It's nothing. But it's still amazing that those two, probably the two biggest sex symbols of the '70s, just about, are in the same episode of the Rockford Files.
Yeah, but
Pretty
wasn't
amazing.
Farrah Fawcett's career more in like the '60s?
No, she didn't make it till Charlie's Angels.
I don't even know when that was. I mean, I know what Charlie's Angels is, but I don't know when that really
They
started.
did not have women, scantily clad women, running around in bikinis and short shorts in the '60s. Trust me.
Mhm.
That
I thought
was the
Farrah Fawcett
'70s.
was acting like well into the '60s.
No, Farrah Fawcett's big break was Myra Breckenridge, which is like 1970. But she had a smallish role. She wasn't a star or anything.
Yeah.
And she didn't do much else. She did a few TV shows here and there, or whatever, to Charlie's Angels.
Yeah, I've not seen
Yeah,
Charlie's
but
That's the
Angels.
thing. She became the star of Charlie's Angels, but originally Kate Jackson was the star of Charlie's Angels because she'd actually done Macmillan and Wife, and actually had done something, and people knew who she was. The other two, nobody knew.
Yeah. I mean, I forgot who was in Charlie's Angels besides Farrah Fawcett.
Jacqueline Smith and Kate Jackson, and Kate Jackson was the star of the three. Kate Jackson was the star.
Mm. Yeah. I need to watch it. I've only seen the movie. They made a movie like a reboot. I've
Yeah,
seen
I
that
know.
one.
Well, they made a part two. Apparently, I have no idea. I've never seen it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no thanks. And the series isn't great either, but it's it was entertainment at the time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it was pushing the envelope. Farrah Fawcett without a bra in every episode was pushing the
Yeah.
envelope a little bit.
I think she was in a No Way. I'm trying to think what else she was in. I'm not like a big Farrah Fawcett fan. But yeah, I know she was with
Mhm.
Ryan O'Neal for a while.
Yeah, she ruled. She was the biggest sex symbol of the '70s until a little show debuted called WKRP in Cincinnati. Then she was dethroned.
Yeah. By Lonnie Anderson, right?
Yep.
Hmm. Yeah.
But I think that poster, up until that point, I think that poster of Raquel Welch, that famous one from 1 million years BC, I think
Yeah.
that was the biggest selling poster of all time until the Farrah poster came
I,
out.
I,
And
I, I
the
would say that,
Farrah poster outsold it.
I would say that no doubt Marilyn Monroe was the biggest sex symbol of the '50s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but she did have some competition, especially Jane Mansfield.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say,
Yeah, James Manfield.
Um,
Fun fact about James
myself,
Manfield.
I'm more of a Betty Page kind of girl.
Yeah.
That's the kind of girls that I'm into. So yeah,
You know who?
I never got the attraction of Marilyn Monroe or Jane
oh,
Mansfield.
I didn't until when I was way older, and now I think she was. My favorite picture ever taken of a human being is Farrah Fawcett. She's somewhere in the New York subway, and she's just leaning up against a post, and they're taking a picture. And off to the right, there's this guy in the background who you could tell walked by and is looking back now, doing a double take, and that's right when they take the picture, and it's just an amazing. And this is in the early '60s. Marilyn was close to dying at this point in time, but
Yeah.
she just is drop dead gorgeous, and it's just such a great picture because you see this guy looking straight at her, but he can only see her from her back now because he's past her, and it's just the best picture. Did I just see Marilyn Monroe in the subway? It's my favorite picture ever taken of a human being. So yeah, I think she's gorgeous.
Yeah, I've never seen any of Marilyn Monroe's movies in its entirety.
Oh,
You said,
they're
wait,
good.
you said it was a
She's
picture of Marilyn
surprisingly good.
Monroe, right?
What?
Did you say it was a picture of Marilyn Monroe or Farrah Fawcett? Because
No,
I heard,
Marilyn Monroe in the subway in the,
Yeah,
in the
at
early
first you-
'60s. In the early, it's a black and white photo. I could probably find it. I don't know how good
Well-
you guys would be able to see it.
because
Yeah.
you said Farrah Fawcett the first time on it.
Oh, well, no, it's Marilyn Monroe in the subway, and
Probably just search up Marilyn Monroe black and white subway pic.
well, I've got it saved. It shows up on my once in a while. I'm looking at it when I'm talking to you guys. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. Give it a second to.
Well, that's a nice picture. That's a nice picture.
But the guy over that's turning back, it's just amazing. It's an amazing picture, and I just think she's gorgeous in this picture. But the guy for me makes the picture.
So what do you think? That's about 1960, 61, maybe.
Yeah, this
62?
is the early '60s. I can tell by her hairstyle, and yeah, most of the guys. There's one guy with a hat. Most of the guys aren't wearing hats. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is the early '60s. And yeah, it's my favorite photo of a human being ever taken. And I'm serious. It's just she's glowing. The guy looking back like, is that Marilyn? It's just brilliant. And I have a color picture too of this. It's not nearly as good. It's just her, and it's not. And I've seen other ones. I have a picture of her. She's in a car leaning out the window. That's really she's just a very photogenic woman. She took really good pictures.
She did.
Some people aren't. Some people are gorgeous, but they just aren't that photogenic. She was.
She was always photogenic, in my opinion.
Oh no, she's just a natural in front of a camera, not
She always-
at ease. Some people tense up.
In any photo I've ever seen of her, she always looks very elegant looking, like
Yeah.
just very pleasant to the eyes.
Oh yeah, no, she's. I don't think she's the most attractive woman that ever lived, but she's.
But she knew how to take a good photo.
Yeah.
She knew how.
Oh
to
yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's very photogenic.
Definitely.
She was a good actress too. She never got credit for being a good actress, and she really was.
Definitely. I need to go watch.
Now,
some
what's
of
that?
her
They,
movies.
they use it as a meme, and then I've been seeing it a lot on TikTok, where it's the audio of Marilyn Monroe talking about if she ever saw a man, like if she ever saw a man of hers cheating with another woman, that she'd shoot him or something like that.
I don't know. I don't know. But
Well,
Lisa, if you want to watch the Maryland movie, I recommend if it's gonna be your first one. Is it the one most people would say Some Like It Hot or something?
Oh yeah,
I say The 7 Year Itch. The
yeah.
7 Year Itch
I've heard of
is
those two.
just a great film. And she's really great in it.
Yeah, I'll look into it. I think I might have started a movie first one time. I don't remember what name it is. Huh. 1 year before Dusty? 71? Yeah. What's Mason doing? He's looking up some. He's buying stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of movies to check out and watch. Yeah. Well, Mason, I hope you have a successful shopping trip.
Mhm.
We became the shopping stream.
We can help you.
Yeah.
I can't find the clip. Maybe it's not Marilyn
Oh,
Monroe,
never
but it's
mind.
definitely one of those old school 50s, 60s actresses from either a movie or a TV show. And she says something like, "I know that if I caught my man sleeping with another woman, I'd shoot him,"
Oh,
or
she should
something
go.
like that.
She should go shoot David Grohl then.
Well, that was like defensible then. I mean, you could I mean,
But whoever it was,
adultery was almost a
she
crime.
said it in such a freaking just like calm and like subtle way. It's like not over the top at all, you know.
Yeah. We're all about bringing back the nostalgia on streams. Talking about Chris Elliott. Loved him in Kingpin. I love the movie Kingpin. Hilarious.
I never saw Kingpin.
I did
Or
when it
did
came
I?
out.
No, I did. I get them confused. It's the Big Lebowski I've never seen. I saw Kingpin.
I've never seen The Big Lebowski.
Jonathan Richman is in Kingpin. It's like, what the hell is Jonathan Richman doing in Kingpin?
I found I found the audio, and it is in fact Marilyn Monroe. I was correct.
I know if I was married and I came in on my husband making cinnamon toast with some blonde in the shower, I'd shoot him.
You would?
Bang, bang, bang. Right in the head.
That's from a movie, you know. I mean, she's just reading lines from a script, just so you know.
Yeah.
I know, but they I've been seeing that meme used a lot in like TikTok videos lately, and I think it's kind of funny actually.
Which, if you believed it, then it proves she was a good actor.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll have to go down the Marilyn Monroe road.
I like her movies. I think it was her last one. I can't remember what it's
Which
called.
one's the famous one where where it's the famous photo of the dress with the draft? Which one's that? It's probably one of the most famous Marilyn Monroe.
I know. I'm thinking it might be Some Like It Hot, but it might not be.
But she's wearing like, I forgot what color the dress was, but it's a dress, and it's just she's standing on like a air vent or right above an air vent or something.
Yeah. Which was a real famous. It was a famous thing. In New York City. It was on 23rd Street. And you're too young, Mason. I don't know if either of the other two. You ever heard the phrase? It comes from the 20s and 30s. It's very popular. 23 skidoo.
No.
It was a really popular phrase. It lasted till probably the 60s.
Ah.
But it comes from this vent on 23rd Street that Marilyn, she wasn't sat on the real one. They made one. But when the trains went by underneath the vent, this wind came up and it blew women's skirts up. And guys in New York City used to hang out there, and then women would walk over and a train would go by and they go, 23 skidoo. And that's where that comes from. It was a real thing. I can't see that. It's too dark.
Some Like It Hot. Power
Oh.
Station.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Well, not quite the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only Some Like It Hot that I really know.
Yeah.
You know, I pretty much only watch old movies.
But speaking about that whole famous thing, there's a big statue in Palm Springs that has Marilyn Monroe doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it became iconic, and it also ended her marriage to Joe Garagio, Mickey Mantle.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio. Yeah, I knew it was one of those guys because he was a very jealous guy, and like thousands of people showed up to see this picture being taken and to see this scene being filmed, and it pissed him off that all these people were gawking at his woman with her skirt, you know. So he went home. They had a big fight, and he moved out, and that kind of ended their marriage. But I'm sorry, I blame him. She was doing a job. She was making a film,
Yeah.
doing a
Of
job.
course,
and,
there was also the supposed controversy between her and Kennedy.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but this was before that. This was way before that.
Yeah. How many times has she been married?
I think she's only married twice, but maybe 3 times.
Ah.
She was married to Arthur Miller first. So
Oh.
maybe 3 times. Maybe she got married when she was a kid, I think. Before she was famous. I think she was married 3 times. And then she married Arthur Miller, and then she married,
Yeah.
I've forgotten his name already, the ball player.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio, yeah. I think that's it. She always liked older men. She was always married to older men.
Yeah. Wow. Arthur Miller, the author. I never would have
Yep.
thunk it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's weird to see them together because he, by most people's by almost anybody's standards, he was not an attractive man. And then he gets Marilyn Monroe. It's like, it gives everybody hope. You know?
Well, Marilyn Monroe.
Look at that.
Marilyn Monroe liked the old men.
But you know, that's the thing. It's not that he was that old, but you know, everybody thinks that she was just a dumb blonde, and she wasn't. She's actually very intelligent, and that was what she was attracted to most, is intelligence.
Yeah.
She was attracted to intelligence.
I don't blame
Arthur
her.
Miller was a very intelligent man, and she was attracted to him.
I don't blame her.
Sadly, Anna Nicole did not get that memo.
No.
She was not
No, Anna Nicole.
Marilyn
No.
Monroe, but you're like, no, you're just trying too hard.
No, but Anna Nicole, to me, never wanted to be Marilyn. I mean, she's more Jane Mansfield.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Jane Mansfield was bizarre.
Anna Nicole has a beautiful daughter.
Woman. I mean, it's a shame that she died, and you know, but I mean, her daughter was a very she's attractive, but a very talented actress, I think.
Oh, the one on SUV, Lotworth.
Yeah, you know, and she's had
Olivia,
a career that
Olivia
is like,
Benson.
at this point. No, it's not her name.
No, I know.
Hargitay.
Yeah, I know what her name is, but her
yeah.
character is Olivia Benson.
Mariska Hargitay. She's had a career now that's close to 3 times as long as her mother had.
She outlived her mother. Wow. Yeah, but I like her in SUV, Special Victims Unit.
I think that's the only thing she's really known for.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much is.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Olivia Benson comes to your house, she means business. Yeah. But she was really
But
young
she was
when her mom
only
died.
like, she was between 5 and 7 when her mom died. I don't know
Yeah.
how old she was, but she was.
Yeah.
She's a couple years older than me.
Yeah.
or maybe my age. She's either my age or a couple of years.
Because her mom, let's see how old she is.
Her mom died in '67. I always thought it was earlier than that, but it's not. Her mom died.
Oh, she's
Okay.
60.
Okay. So she's younger than me, actually. So she must have been like 5. No, she must have been like 3 when her mom died. I
Wow.
thought she was a little older than that. Maybe her brother was a little older. She had a brother too. Maybe he was like 5 or 6 or something.
Let's see. Yep, she was actually about 5 when her mom died.
The only
Yeah.
thing, the only thing that she ever did outside of Special Victims Unit, she came out in the movie The Love Guru with Mike Myers, and the reason why she came out in that movie was because Mike Myers' character turned her into some type of religion, where everybody was like, Marisha Agarte, and all of a sudden she appeared, and they're like, Marisha Agarte, and the Love Guru even came up with like a whole kind of church called the Marisha Agarte Shrine, and when you walk in, it's that gong from Law and Order.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
wow. It's like nowhere else you're gonna find a bigger appreciation for Marisha Agarte than that movie.
Anyway,
Yeah.
guys, I think I'm going to go ahead and head off for the night. I'm getting a bit sleepy.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see
Okay,
ya.
Mason.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.
See you
Bye.
later. Okay, I'm not going to say it this time. It would just be cruel.
No. Yeah.
Hey Dusty, how's that Halloween decorations going?
Yeah. How is it going? We'll run this through until about 12, and then we'll give it a good run. But yeah, spent a long day, huh?
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I had a doctor's today. I don't like Wednesdays because Wednesdays I have to go do my process.
Oh yeah, you have to get the hair removed.
Yeah.
I watched a good stream today, but I don't want to start anything in case either of you have canceled this guy. But there was a really good guest on material issues today, and I made a comment towards the end, and he actually acknowledged it in me, and I was like,
Yeah. I'm surprised that channel hasn't grown, as I said.
Well, they had up to 13 people on YouTube watching it today, which is the second most I've ever seen. But I'll tell you who it was, and you can say what you want, but it was Ken Stringfellow of the Posies. And to have him acknowledge me, I was just, the Posies is one of my favorite bands. And you know, stuff happened, and
yeah.
he denies it, and who knows, and blah, blah, blah. But I think he was brave being on, and it was one of the, maybe the best interview they've ever done, and it was a really good show. And then at the end, he thanked me, and I was
Don't know much about him.
oh good.
Too.
He was accused. He was accused by a couple people that didn't like him of things that he claimed he didn't do, and his partner in the Posies took their side, which surprised a lot of people. It didn't surprise him because apparently they haven't been friends in 30 years. They work together when they have to, and blah blah blah. And I think John Hour was just looking for a reason to end the Posies officially for good, and that came up. And okay, good, I'm done. And that, I've thought that's what happened from the start, and that's according to him what he's saying. So I don't know, but it's weird because John Hour's always been my favorite one in the Posies, but that may have changed today.
Yeah.
Because Ken he's a hard guy not to like. He's a really
Yeah.
talented guy. In addition to the Posies, he's playing a band called the Saltines. He was in Big Star with John Hour. They were the other two guys in Big Star when they performed. He was a member of REM for the last couple of years.
Mm,
What else has he done? He started, him and Scott McCoy started the -5.
yeah.
He told how that album started. Scott McCoy had done a solo album, and Ken really liked it and said, "You should do another one of those." And he's like, "Maybe I will one day." And one day, Scott McCoy calls John or Ken Stringfellow up and says, "Hey, I want to make an album. Will you make it with me?" And he's like, "Sure." And he gets
Yeah.
the studio and he says, "Okay, it's just going to be acoustic, and we're going to do it live, and we're going to do it quick. We just want it done, and so you'll just sing, you'll play guitar and do some background vocals, and we're basically record it all live." So they record it live, and they're done. And then a couple days later, Scott McCoy goes, "I think I'm going to bring in maybe another person for this part of the song." And then
Yeah.
a couple days later, "I think I'm going to add another person." And by the time they were done, he's like, there's 400 people on the album. And that became the first -5 album. But it started out as just the two of them,
Yeah.
which is interesting.
Dusty, it is 65 degrees here, but the humidity is 85%. So it's. I mean, is it cool where you are, Paulina?
As a matter of fact, yeah.
Huh.
Because I went out a little bit earlier today, like around 6 o'clock, to go water
Yeah.
the trees in the back, and it was like a nice breeze. It was a nice.
The humidity's not too
Morning,
high. The humidity's not too high where you are.
Nope.
It's not 85.
Nope.
It's here, 85.
Well, that's
Why?
the thing. You guys are kind of near the ocean, so yeah.
Yeah. Can I just say, wherever I am, it's cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm not near the ocean, am I? I don't think so.
Yeah, but the LA area is always known for being very, very.
Yeah. It's muggy here. But it's 64.
It was a beautiful day here, probably mid-70s. Bright sunshine, which we don't often get. It was a beautiful day here. I actually went for a small walk tonight.
Ah.
My schedule is messed up. Usually, I'm watching Material Issues till like 8 o'clock or something like that. And because Ken Stringfellow lives in France, it was on at 4 o'clock. And it was really weird. The internet went out in his house yesterday, and he went down the street to this hotel, just like the lobby of their hotel, and they're like, you can use our internet and you can do whatever you need to do here. So there's all these people walking behind him and all this noise and everything the whole time he's doing his interview. It was pretty cool. And then at the end, he's like, I want to thank the people at this hotel, because the lobby's actually closed now because it was late, and everybody's left, but they left me here. He's like, they didn't bother me, they didn't make me leave. He's like, I'm here alone now. He's like, so I want to thank them because it was really nice of them. Great interview. So that made my day, obviously, when somebody like that says hello to me, even on the internet. It's like, it's pretty cool. So I
understand how it feels when somebody you
pretty happy.
admire acknowledges you.
Yeah. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I get happy when certain TikTokers like my comment. Like this one girl I was following for a while now. I was happy when she liked a few of my comments about her clothing. Because she dresses very eccentric. So I was like happy when she was like, oh, she's like, I'm glad you like my thrift store videos. I was like, cool. And I've never had a celebrity notice me. A long time ago, I got clowned on the internet by Josh Groban, but that's a long story.
Well, I've been noticed by a few, but on material issues, I some people ask questions and things. I never do. I sit there and I'm just quiet and I let them talk. But
Yeah.
at the end, I always try to get a comment in before they're done. Because he
Yeah.
always puts them on screen, and rarely do the interviewees ever even look at them. They could care less for the most part. So the Ken Stringfellow actually did. I was just of all
Yeah.
the celebrities, that's the best one. I'm like,
Yeah.
so very, very. So that was a good day for me.
I'm glad that you had one good day. We all have to have a good day. Yeah. Um. Well, you live in like a cold atmosphere, the way. If I remember correctly, was it you or Dan that lives in British Columbia? Because British Columbia gets cold in the winter. Really cold. That's one thing I don't have to deal with out there in California
Yeah.
is shoveling up the snow.
It gets really cold where I am. It's not as cold as it used to.
Do you have snow where you are?
Oh yeah, but
Lots of
when
it.
I was a kid, from January 1st to January 31st, you were lucky if it hit zero the
Yeah.
entire month. Cold.
Ah.
Now it doesn't. We even have some Januaries where it doesn't even get below zero anymore, which is
Ah.
okay with me. Um, Zero is tough. Below zero is really tough.
You are never gonna go skinny dipping in a pool. You wouldn't, unless Wood Girl was there.
That reminds me, I still need to see her new video.
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it.
Of
I
course,
know,
yeah.
I know you did.
But But to be honest, there's at least one woman on the internet these days I like better than Wood Girl. There's a fairly new woman on the Try channel that I just am enamored with. She's she looks very sophisticated, you know, but she's very tan. She's orange, but she makes fun of it.
Yeah.
They were saying one day something about describing yourself in one word or something. It's like most people would say orange. She just
Yeah.
starts laughing, and I'm like, she's funny. I love her personality, and I think she's just drop dead gorgeous. She was on a video today. I don't even know her name because they just flash the names up really quick, and I always forget to look. Um, but
I'm sure you have.
she's like my new favorite. Um, she surpassed Lousy, who's
Ah.
always been my favorite, but she's my new favorite.
Yeah, we have no doubt that Dusty has skinny dipped. He's probably streaked people. People have probably seen Dusty's booty in a while. If you live near a large body of water, like an ocean, the weather, in the winter,
Well, maybe like an ocean, but trust me, I've lived in Buffalo, and Buffalo is by a large body of water called Lake Erie, and Buffalo is not warm.
yeah, yeah,
So that's not always true.
I've been to my cousin's house in Oceanside, and during the winter, and it gets cold during the winter in that area. Yeah, so I think I don't know where you're at, Dwayne, but yeah, that's not the case for everywhere.
No, no. In fact, Buffalo
Yeah.
gets all the snow because of the lake.
yeah, yeah. I kind of live near the ocean. Well, 20 minutes from the ocean. Dirty. Long Beach is the nearest beach to me. I don't go to Long Beach much. I mean, there's not really anything exciting to me about Long Beach. Dusty knows that I don't get excited about Long Beach. I only go if I have to. Like, if someone gets married in Long Beach in my family, then I'll go to Long Beach. Yeah. Because we have better beaches out here that I like more, like Dana Point. We have Redondo, Newport. Those are better. Oh, Laguna Beach, better beaches. Yeah,
I've
had a
only
big
ever
house,
been to
so.
2 beaches. I've never
Ah.
even been to Myrtle Beach, weirdly.
Ah,
I've been to the beach at Atlantic City,
yeah.
and I've been to the beach in Daytona. And that's
Ah.
it. They're the only 2 beaches I've ever been to.
Ah. Yeah. I've been to a lot of beaches.
It's weird. Now, I've never even been to Ocean City, Maryland, which wasn't that far from where I lived in D.C., and I've never been.
I have relatives in Maryland. They lived there for a while. They used to live in Germany. Their kids, one of their kids used to live in Scotland.
Well, then if they lived in Germany, then Maryland wasn't such a shock to them when they moved.
No, well, because he moved around a lot in his job.
Maryland is nicknamed by the people that live there as the People's Republic of Maryland.
Yeah,
It's not a flattering term.
yeah. He works for the government, so he moves around a lot.
I mean, Maryland has a lot of laws.
Yeah.
A lot of you can't do this, you can't. Like it's against the law in Maryland to start your car to warm it up before you leave
Yeah.
work and go back in the house. That's illegal.
Yeah.
You can't do that. I don't know how they're going to catch you, but if they catch you, they will fine you.
Yeah,
It's illegal. They have a lot of laws like that. Because they have a lot of car theft in Maryland. They're like, well, people are stealing cars because they're leaving them running. So even if you lock it, you still can't do it.
yeah,
If it's in your garage, if you have a garage, it's in your garage. You can have it running in the garage, but you can't have it running. It's just one of the many hundreds of superfluous laws that Maryland has.
yeah. There's so many laws in my town too that are kind of weird, but it is what it is.
So like one of the big things around here is there's a place that still puts stereos in cars and stuff. That's mainly what they do, but they
Yeah.
also install automatic car starters. Well, they're illegal in Maryland.
Why?
Again, car theft. They were having
Oh.
such a problem with car theft that it's illegal. Basically, not only to start it, it's illegal to leave your car running with you not in it.
Yeah.
With nobody in it, you can't leave your car running. That's illegal.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, good thing I don't live in Maryland.
Yeah, but that's just one I'm thinking of. There's hundreds of laws like that in Maryland, which is why they call it the People's Republic of Maryland.
That is why my relative lives there, I guess. No. He just moves around because he works with the government. He's lived in a lot of different places. Yeah.
That's the weird thing about living in DC. You literally every 4 years you get a new crop of people moving in, and the old people leave.
Yeah, how long
That
did you
kind of
live?
town.
How long did you live in DC for?
About 12 years,
Ah.
something like that. Well, in the DC area, I didn't live in DC that whole time, but I lived
Yeah.
in Maryland, I lived in Virginia, and I lived in DC.
Wow. I mean, it's safe to say that the place you probably lived the longest in is New York.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've been back now longer than I lived in either Dayton or here or Buffalo or DC.
Yeah, there's a
Mm,
lot
so, yeah.
of there's a lot of memes that people have made about Dayton, Ohio.
Plus, I was 18 or 19 when I left, so I'd already lived there longer than I lived in
Yeah.
before I even,
I mean, you probably had your reasons for coming back here. Your family's
Well,
here, right?
I did, and I was a bit fibbed too,
Hmm.
but that's okay. I needed
It is
to do
what it is.
something anyway. No, my dad wasn't in good health, and I
Ah,
was asked if I would come home because we were on the best of terms, and I didn't want to leave it that way. But
no.
he lived at least another 5 years after I came home, maybe longer than that.
Wow.
So it wasn't like he was dying; he just
Yeah.
wasn't. But so
Well,
yeah, that's why I came home. But I was also going broke. DC was getting more and more expensive.
yeah, I
And
imagine.
my job wasn't paying anymore, and I didn't like it anymore. I didn't like the new. We got new management, and I didn't like what they were doing. I was working at Whole Foods, and
Yeah.
they were they were taking cost saving measures that I didn't agree with, and they were turning it into a ghetto store. It seemed like, and I was like,
Hmm.
I'm not down with this at all.
I haven't been to Whole Foods in a very long time.
Um,
Yeah. Not much of a Whole Foods person.
but they were taking produce that produce has to look really good at Whole Foods,
Yeah.
otherwise they get rid of it. They're taking produce that didn't look great that they normally would have tossed in the garbage and
Yeah.
giving it to the kitchen, and that's what they were using for most of their prepared foods, garbage, which isn't what Whole Foods does. Whole Foods is the best of the best, and it's
Yeah.
supposed to be, and that's so taking the stuff that you were going to throw out, and they were so proud. We saved over $600 in costs this week
Hmm.
alone, giving the kitchen our produce garbage. I'm like,
Yeah.
you're telling us that you're serving people garbage.
Hmm.
That's not what we do. So I was losing my happiness with Whole
Yeah.
Foods anyway. So
Yeah. Out here we have a very expensive store that's only, I think, out here in California called Erewhon. And it's not worth it. Like, fruit is like $30 in a package. And you got like water for $26 and it's just ridiculously overpriced.
no, Dwayne, I've never been back, believe it or not. When that's I'm not a very social person. Okay, I make good friends and blah blah blah, but when it's over, it's over. And
Nah.
I've never been back. And I had dreams. My favorite bar was called the Irish Channel. It was in Chinatown, and it was an Irish pub in the bottom of a hotel. And I still, to this day, have dreams about the Irish Channel once in a while. Still
Ah.
to this day, I loved it there, but I've never been back, and I wouldn't want to go back at this point. Nobody that I knew is still going to be there. It's not.
Yeah.
It's So no. And DC isn't a very friendly place to visit. As far as hotels are really expensive, you got to pay a fortune to park your car if you drive, and it's it's not a good place to visit, really. It's an expensive place to visit. So no, I've never been back. Never went back to Dayton either.
I
I
wouldn't
have been
blame
to
you.
Buffalo a few times, but never to see anybody or anything like that. Just
I don't blame
record
you.
shopping, record shopping or whatever. Buffalo isn't that far, but I've never been back to Dayton, and I've never been back to DC or any of the other places.
Yeah.
Just no. It's not what I do.
Yeah. I mean, I've been to quite a few states. I've been to Utah to go to Bryce Canyon. I've been to, ironically, wasn't my choice, but when I was young, my parents took me to Idaho. Idaho is not that exciting, guys. Don't get your hopes up. Idaho is not very exciting. I went to Wyoming, another not so exciting place. Montana,
Maybe
Boston.
not an exciting place, but I'd like to live in Montana or Wyoming.
I mean, it's
to be honest.
beautiful. It's beautiful. I've been to Massachusetts, Washington, Oregon. Arizona, I drove through it. Hot as hell in the summer. Been to Nevada, of course, because Las Vegas is there. New Jersey, because I have relatives in New Jersey.
Texas is the farthest I've been.
Never been to Texas. I have a brother there in Texas.
I've never been any farther west than that, though. That's
Yeah.
it.
The furthest I've been was Boston. The furthest I've been was Massachusetts. I went there by plane. We went to Middleborough. We went to Plymouth and Boston. I think we went, yeah, Boston. Middleborough is where my dad's from, so that's why we went there. I like Massachusetts. Very nice. If I had to move somewhere else besides California, Massachusetts.
You would hate it, though. It's cold. It's really cold in the wintertime.
I'll get used to it.
It's really, really cold. Way colder than it is where I am. And
Yeah.
it's cold here, but it's colder there.
Yeah, I have a friend who lives in Minnesota. I haven't talked to him in ages.
You
but
could go hang out with Matthew Street.
Matthew Street's in Massachusetts? Yeah, I can hear the Boston accent in him.
I'm not sure exactly where he is. He's near there.
Well, he's got that Boston accent.
He's near there. But I don't know exactly where he is. He doesn't want people to know where he is. But I think he was born in Rhode Island, but I think he lives in Massachusetts. But I'm not sure.
Answer his question, Dusty's question.
I'm trying to read it. See that? Oh, the new Woodgrove video, yeah.
Because I know you pay attention.
I
You
forgot
like it.
what she made a sunglass rack so she could try on different outfits with different pairs of sunglasses. That's in the cookie at the end. And
I mean,
excuse me, Dusty, but how are you not paying attention to that?
what you got? Does Dusty got some other woman he's paying attention to?
Dusty, that's absurd that you weren't paying attention.
Was Woodgirl replaced?
He was paying attention to her shorts. That's
Oh, yeah, okay, I can see that.
Because Dusty is a booty girl.
I can see that.
Dusty loves the butt. No
Dusty,
pun.
you come up on stream and tell us why you weren't paying attention.
Was like Dusty like looking at her butt, and Dusty's like, yeah, I can't pay attention to that video. She's got a juicy butt.
It probably will sound funnier coming from you.
We know what you're paying attention to, the wood butt. The wood butt gave you a woody. Let's be honest. We all have things that we like.
Well, you don't remember the credit cookie, Dusty, when she's in 3 different outfits with 3 different pairs of sunglasses?
Yeah.
That's what she made. She made a sunglass rack.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I see a guy with a nice pair of abs, I'm gonna look. Or some, like, buff arms. I'm gonna look. But if he's too buff, no. I'm not into that.
Like I said, she's been supplanted by the Tri-Channel once again.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched her new video, Wood Girl. But I'm pretty sure it's got a lot of views. Like, she's what, like in her 20s, Wood Girl?
I don't know.
I looked her up one time.
I thought she was a bit older.
Let's see how old she is. That's a good question for
Google.
how old is Wood Girl on YouTube. Let's see. Oh, they don't tell you.
They probably don't know. How would they know?
Well, because I think one time I found out on YouTube.
Well, there's a thing that people do. Like, there's like a wiki for YouTube for creators, and
Yeah.
sometimes they will tell you, like, this is how old this creator is. It all depends on how popular the creator is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, her name is Yang.
Dang.
Yang.
Well, I want to be the yin to her yang.
Ooh.
That's a long line.
Yeah,
I'm standing
Dusty
in.
is-
It's a very
Dusty's in
long
line.
line I'm standing in.
Dusty's in line too.
Well, you discovered her first, so you know it's. So you're in front of the line, and then way in the back you have Dusty, Doc, whoever else.
Yeah, she only had like between 10 and 12,000 subs or something when I saw her. She was only like a few videos up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Dusty's in the back of the line.
Way
I'm
back.
so- yeah, Dusty's in the back admiring the
I don't
booty.
know if he's ahead of Doc or behind Doc.
No, he's
Uh.
Doc's behind him.
Yeah, I think so.
Dusty, Tim is kind of somewhere in the front.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Dusty's kind of in the back. He's like, "Where's my chance?" And Tim's like, "Sorry, sucker. I discovered her before you." And then Doc's in the back going, "Oh boy, does she like bargoons? I can buy her a nice CD at the Value Village in Canada."
Here you go.
Yeah, and Tim's like, well. She's gonna like me. I'm very sophisticated.
Well, Doc's gonna be mad at me tomorrow
Oh, does it really?
because there's a good chance I'm gonna be late to his Thursday night sleep.
Wait, she made a bookshelf? What girl made a bookshelf? Let's watch.
At one point, but
Is it a good?
she made a
Wow.
sunglass rack last.
Let's
this
see.
last one.
This is for Dusty. We won't get taken down for this. Will we?
I don't know.
What the hell is this music? You're trying to sell Apple?
Yeah.
That's not the way to sell it. God.
Ready?
No! Don't get me taken
We're gonna
down.
change everything every day.
There you go. Oh, Dusty's gonna get all turned on.
This isn't the latest one, is that? This was wearing shorts in the latest one.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. I just turned this on because I'm like a book person. I want to see what the bookshelf
Oh,
looks
okay.
like.
Yeah, this is. I'm like, wait a minute. This isn't the new one. She's wearing shorts in the new one.
You know what? We'll have to watch a new one too. She won't get me taken. Oh, that's how she's making her bookshelf? Dang. I've been disappointed. I was thinking she was going to make a big bookshelf.
No, she doesn't make big stuff anymore. She used to. No, she doesn't.
No, she makes it small. Yes, this is a woodworking video. Dan, you're going to fall in love with her. This girl knows what her audience is.
Yeah, don't, because you'll be at the very end of the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. She makes horny Mexican men fall in love with her.
Yeah, this is the video before the last.
Oh, well,
You know what I noticed in her latest video though, and it's
What?
the first time I've ever seen it? She's actually wearing safety goggles in the latest video.
wow.
She's practicing one safety thing.
I know. Don't want to lose those eyes of her.
We have to wait.
Girl, why aren't you wearing protection? I wear
How do
it.
you know she doesn't wear protection?
I mean on her hands. Don't you supposed to wear protection for your hands?
No.
Ah. Well, she's probably got that butt insured.
Why is Dusty yanking?
Dusty, yikes. I thought you like it. Pause. Wait. There you go, Dusty. Wait. There you go, pause.
That's what he's yiking about, huh?
Because we know Dusty's a butt man. That should be Dusty's new name on our stream. Dusty Buttman Spins.
He likes the new video because he's wearing short.
Dusty likes anything with a big butt. Except for
Well, I
Garfield.
shouldn't have a big butt. This is a nice
He just
butt.
likes butts in
That's
general. He likes butts in general. Dusty's a butt.
Oh, she's wearing safety glasses here too. Good for you.
Good for you, girl. I like big butts and I cannot lie. When itty bitty thing gets in my face, I get sprung. Ooh, Rumpelstiltskin. Make me so horny. Okay.
Ruffle.
I don't know. I think that's in the song. If Rumpelstiltskin's making you horny, you have issues.
Oh, I should do this while this is on.
I don't know, she's supposed to make a bookshelf. Let's hope it looks like one.
There we go. Let's go. Okay. Oh, she's making a decent sized bookshelf.
I'm a senior at Brown University
Oh,
on their Division I
gosh.
gymnastics team. And a common question that I get asked is how I do it all. If you guys
No, I don't care, lady. Wow. Look at how perfect that cuts it. It's just perfect. Wow. It is gonna be a small bookshelf again. Like I could fit like 3 books on there. Really?
Well, that's the thing. She makes what she needs, but she doesn't.
I know.
She doesn't need much.
I know, but I like books and I cannot lie. She knows her audience. Oh, believe me, she's got a lot of viewers.
It's a given, Dan.
Yep. Ooh, fancy. Fancy cutting. Nice. Well, it's a fancy bookshelf. Well, now you have been introduced to the lovely wood girl. Don't fall in love. You might have hard eyes like Doc Docker.
No, he doesn't even really like her. No. Paul Fit to be died likes her.
Well,
A lot.
I'm not surprised.
Get back in time. That's it to be tied up.
Yeah,
There's like a lot of people ahead of it.
yeah. I like the imperfections of the shell. Well, she makes what she needs. That's for sure.
That's what she needed.
Yeah. Oh, Dusty, look at Dusty.
Gotta put some books in.
Manga.
There we go.
There we go. Konnichiwa.
Good girl.
Yeah. I would too. God dang it, we have such high humidity here. It's annoying. It's cool where you are. And our humidity is off the chart here. Doesn't make sense. You think it'd be hotter in India. Because you're in the desert.
We don't get much humidity out here.
We
I think
do.
I think that's what I love about the desert. It's like you
Lisa,
not get-
deserts are dry. That's why they're deserts. There's no rain. So why would there be humidity in the desert?
Yeah,
I think they're dry.
true.
very rarely we will get humidity. And I know last year we got humidity, but that was only because we had Hurricane Hillary hit our area. So like, you know, it was like what Dusty said, it was moist over here.
Yeah.
For a good long while.
No, Kiss is not going to. I don't even like Kiss as a band. Not a fan of Kiss, but I know people love them.
No,
That is true.
I think they're gonna do that. I don't know if you call it AI. I don't know what you call it, but one of those 3D shows. Yeah, like ABBA has. Yeah, I think they're gonna do it.
Oh, she makes a glasses stand. I see.
Yeah, that's what I said. She makes a sunglass
Huh.
rack.
Yeah, and she's, bent down. Dusty's gonna like that.
I
Like
think
she has.
Dusty's probably already seen it. He might have beat me to that one. I don't know.
Dusty watches everything.
No, actually, I think when I saw that video, because I'm up late. You guys know I'm up late.
Yeah.
And I just finished watching something. There's new. I think it was posted. I think I watched it 8 minutes after it was posted. I don't even think there was a comment yet.
Yeah.
I think there was only like 8 likes on it or something by the time that I saw it. I saw it pretty early.
Yeah. She knows her audience. That's for sure.
Once I saw the video, I messaged everybody. I was like, "Hey, new Wood Girl video," and it took like everybody a while to be like, "Oh, well, new video."
Like
I
I
mean,
said,
she's
I moved on to Tri Channel.
Ah.
But Tri Channel girl isn't on everyone though. So
Yeah.
and
I
she
mean-
wasn't at her best on this one. She did one a week or two ago that I was just like,
Yeah.
but she's funny. She not only is she gorgeous, but she's funny and self-deprecating. And for me, you can't get better than that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
orange.
Yep. I mean, who's gonna pay for that? Probably Caitlin. She'd probably go see that. Caitlin don't even come to my streams. I come to her streams. But then again, I probably do them too late for her. People have told me, you do your streams too late. And I'm like, well, I do them early and nobody shows up. So
Well,
like,
we're the late night crew. It's in our
yep,
name.
it's in our name. It's in our DNA. We got lurkers too to watch our streams. They'll like be like, "I watch your streams." I'm like, "Why don't you comment?" They're like,
I don't
just
comment. I don't comment on
no."
people ask me to, but like I watch Johnny G a lot. I've never commented on one of his
Well, I'll be
people
honest
ask me
with
to.
you. I don't either.
You know
Really.
who was in I was like, wow, first time I've seen him there. I was in Johnny G's stream tonight. AZ Mick was in there. I'm like, really?
Yep.
So I knew two people on him, Rob Balboni and AZ Mick. Both
I
in
mean,
it.
I comment on
Watching.
streams. I comment on certain streams, and some I just lurk and don't comment. And there are some streams I'll make like a couple comments and I'll leave.
Well, I was also making a CD, so I was in and out of this stream tonight.
Yeah, I went into what's his name, comic buddy stream, concert buddy, and I was like, oh, I got a wrench there. I was like, okay, and then I realized everybody had a wrench there, so it's like, oh, it's one of those. I don't care.
Some people do that.
I mean, that's cool. I can't get blocked at least, because if you're like,
Well, that's why they do it, because
yeah,
you,
if you're the
you
one
know whose
person,
fault it is. You know who.
yeah,
Don't say the R word, because she was the first one to do it, but it's not her fault.
no,
I'm looking for something, but it was Randy Deadwax 66. It's his fault
yeah,
because he got a wrench, so he started just
yeah,
not putting people in time randomly putting people in
Yeah.
time out with
I
his
don't-
wrench.
yeah. I can't go there anymore. I don't have it.
And that's why the handing out of massive handing out of wrenches
Yeah.
started, because Randy.
Yeah, I don't go there anymore.
Which he did it as a joke. I mean, he didn't do it,
Yeah.
to be mean or anything. He did it to be funny.
I mean, the last time I went in there,
It wasn't
Last time I
taken
went in there,
funny.
I was like, I don't have a wrench. I was like, it's okay because I don't even go there anymore anyway. So,
No.
like, if they want to
Mm.
block me, people, people be like talking about it for weeks. You block Groovy? Yeah. So yeah, that's why she doesn't block me, because she
No.
knows people will talk about it. I don't watch Record Hound. There's a reason, but yeah, I'm not a fan of his. He kind of blew up when we talked about comedy one time. So yeah, to hell with them. But I get along with these Canadians in our peanut gallery.
You ever notice when you're scrolling through your YouTube looking for something specific, it's
Yeah.
not there?
Yeah. I'm subscribed.
Everything else is there, but the one thing you're looking for, because I don't want to type, because I got to get my keyboard out. It's
Yeah.
behind my laptop. So I was just trying to find the channel, a video of the channel I'm looking for. You click on it and find it, but of course, the one's not going to come up because I'm looking for it.
It's all in the Dan. It's all in the past. It's all in the past. I moved on from it. But you know what I've been subscribed to recently is people doing historical stitching. I know that's kind of random, but I've been thinking that'd be kind of cool to learn, because I don't want to invest in a sewing machine, and I want to learn how to sew things. And I think it'd be kind of cool to sew dresses and tote bags and skirts. I'm gonna have to look at this Johnny G guy now. Johnny G.
Why do you want to look at him?
Because he's got the music stuff, right?
Well, he plays. Yeah, but I don't think he plays music that you'd be interested in. He plays. Well, tonight, Thursday nights is his soul night.
You never know.
But he plays 60s soul. But like Tuesdays he does doo-wop. Oh, where did Paulina go? I was looking at my screen and Paulina's gone.
Ooh.
And on sometimes on Wednesdays in the afternoon, I think it's Wednesdays.
Yeah.
He plays 78s like every
Ah.
other week, but all old music. He doesn't play anything past like 1970 or 71,
Ah.
like ever. But he plays records on turntables. He's got 2 turntables set up. And,
Paulina's in there probably went out.
yeah, no, I was looking for the tri-channel to try to find my new girlfriend, but I couldn't. Of course, no tri-channel thing is going to show up in my feed.
I'll be back. If Paulina comes back, I'll let her on. I'm going to get some.
So it's just me. Hi, everybody. This is exhilarating, isn't it? Just you guys watching me. Very, very exciting stuff here. So what's going on? I show the like 2 of you watching whatever the 2 CDs I bought today that are very uninteresting. I bought Dire Straits Making Movies. This is an early CD, I think. Yeah, it's got the ring around the outside, which shows you this is a fairly early CD. And I did not have this. Again, I think it's another fairly early pressing. It's not super early, but there you go. That's the 2 CDs I bought. That was exciting, huh? Well, now what? Yeah, welcome to the Tim Show. Woohoo! Oh, Paulina's back.
I had to get some water.
I showed the 2 CDs I bought. Isn't that exciting? It wasn't really.
Oh, The Weakest Link. I used to watch that show. Yeah, I had to get some water, Paulina, because it's hot. Water.
That's it. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that. Tim could answer.
Oh, because Mayo's doing a movie stream tomorrow at 6:15. So if it runs long, I might be late to soup.
I don't want you to sleep too late tonight, man. I don't want to keep you all night on this stream if you gotta get up for Mayo and
No, that's 6:15 in the morning.
No, I know, but Mayo
That's
does
3
a morning.
hours from now. No.
Does Mayo do a morning? Do you watch Mayo's morning stream?
No, I'm not up for Mayo's morning streams.
I'm not either, but I see the reminders, and I know he's got that New York guy. I'm Danny from New York.
Danny's alright. Joe treats him like crap, though.
Joe treats you need a hose. Yeah, Joe treats a lot of people like that. I don't know. I like Joe, but Joe sometimes can be a little abrasive. You know, he can be. I mean, I get he's honest, but the man, it's okay to be happy sometimes, Joe, and like things. I do need a hose.
No, you only need, you only need 3 songs by this band, 2 songs by that band.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Yeah. Tomorrow, a lot of people are going to be live. There's going to be a lot of people live tomorrow.
Well, I am too. 6:15 apparently.
Who's Rachel? I don't know who Rachel is.
I think you know who he's talking about. Joe's only ever done that stream a couple times when he's feeling insecure and thinks he needs more views or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that. But,
yeah, I don't think it's really his
no,
vibe.
It's not his.
Yeah.
He needs to be the center of attention, so he doesn't like the other people.
Yeah. It's gotta be Joe. It's all about Joe.
The Joe Show.
It's the Joe Show.
But that's okay. Each their own.
Yeah.
I need the Hudson brothers. Who's the Hudson brothers?
He craves to have his ego stroke a lot. And
Yeah.
apparently it's not being on Talk More Talk is not helping them out, apparently.
I don't know. I don't even watch Talk More Talk most of the time anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, Dan, I don't need the Hudson brothers. But, wait.
I don't understand that comment. I know who the Hudson brothers are, but I don't understand that.
Wait,
comment.
there's this one Hudson brother. Well, wait a minute. Let me look at all the Hudson brothers.
There's three.
Yeah, there's three. But one Hudson brother stands out from the other Hudson brother. Well, hello. I'm assuming he's the youngest brother. Hear me simping over some man that I've never listened to their music.
Well, Mark Hudson produced the Ringo albums in the 90s. And he's produced Aerosmith, and he's produced a few.
Oh, I know who Bill Hudson is. He's the one that was married to Goldie Hawn and had the two kids.
Yeah.
He's like the absentee father to
So he's Kate Hudson's father.
Yeah, Kate Hudson doesn't have a relationship with him. Mark Hudson's got rainbow beards.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had Mark Hudson on Talk More Talk, which is a really good get. I don't know how they got him, but that's a really good get.
You want to know what other album Mark Hudson produced?
What?
He produced Hanson.
Ooh.
Yay.
Oomba, dooba doo da oomba.
Yeah, he's on this album.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to look into the Hudson brothers.
Well, they had a song about 74, 75 that one of these songs that people thought, is that the Beatles? Is that because it's very Beatles sounding, very, very Beatles sounding. So, great song though. Great.
But yeah, I heard Bill Hudson was like a piece of shit.
Yeah, to his daughter.
That's why his daughter and his son, like, they think of Kurt Russell as more their father than Bill does.
Yeah.
That's why they're more closer to Kurt Russell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like Kurt Russell. He's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever happened to Kate Hudson? She was a huge thing, and then she kind of disappeared.
Right?
Yeah.
Like in so many things.
Yeah, and then she was gone. Gone.
Yeah. I mean, what has she done recently?
Nothing. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nothing that I've heard of anyway. Which isn't saying much, but.
Yeah. Well, I have to get going because I actually do have an early morning tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's a good time to end our stream.
Yeah, you said you were going to stand till midnight. It's 12:15.
Yeah, I kind of got a little, we got a little ahead of time.
Wood Girl distracted you.
Well, also people were, they did. Well, it was nice having everybody on here. Sorry the stream wasn't 100% about 9/11 because I think that would have been boring to talk about 9/11 for 3 hours, 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, I like the albums he did with Ringo, actually. I know some people don't, but I like what he did with Ringo.
I don't need the Hudson brothers. The only Hudson I need is Katy Perry.
and I will say this is controversial, but I like the Roundheads better than I like the All-Star Band.
Ah.
I thought the Roundheads were really good.
Well, tomorrow is Thursday. I didn't have Dusty up here to play music because I knew that would probably take my stream down. But we had a good stream. To everybody in the peanut gallery, Dan, Ollie, Dusty, Booty Spins, Dwayne, AZ Mick, always in here. Ollie, Hop Frog, Hoobs Group, hi. And to the people up on the panel, Tim Allen, the better Toolman Taylor, Paulina, Paulina the Angel, and Mason. Can't stop talking about the Beach Boys, Mason. Love you all. Love you all. We will do another stream sometime in the future, although Dusty has better sound. That's why I like going on his battles. Bye. Bye, people.
Bye.
Love you all. Bye. Mwah.